Hey, Nora. How's it going? I started late because I was playing Noja and got a bit distracted. Have I done a crime? What do you mean? I just started, Wang. Oh yeah, I prepared a crime. Yeah, fuck it, let's get moving. So chat. Wang was talking about me preparing a crime. I know, starting a teensy bit early, but either way. Ah, oh, almost threw my mouse. How does it work again? Or did I not set it up right? I think I didn't set it up right. Or is it a certain button? I honestly forgot. Not that I'm bad at crimes, it's, I either put it in the wrong folder or... Okay. Here it is. I need to see what it does. I need to... Wait, there were... You know... No. Not the problem. Not the
Typical
problem.
Martinez streetlight sits among assorted floor and table lamps.
Give me 1 second. I dropped something. My phone, you see, has this incredible ability to teleport. I mean, it never fails to astound me, though it's always an issue. This time it teleported under my chair. Don't worry about it. That said, it's time for a crime. Like they always say. Nobody said that, but I'm saying it now. It's time for a crime, everyone. As I cheat in money because I want to see what this does.
Excellent choice. I'm almost sad to part with it.
But how am I going to take it with me?
It is quite heavy. You're going to need a truck.
But I don't have a truck.
That's alright. I can keep it here for you until you find one.
I appreciate it.
It's no problem. Come back any time to look at it. It's your sort of streetlight now.
A wise investment, I agree. The best part is that you can't carry it around. I would really dislike it if you could.
Now we know. That was it. Let's reload. Some of you might notice a save in between. It's because I was trying to test something. Unfortunately, I may have been bullshitted. Clarify to clarify. I made a save where I could talk to her before she left,
Good.
but I was...
What can I help you with?
There's nothing.
More lessons in basic reality?
It's pale. What is
My
pale?
favorite part of the day. Go ahead, ask me anything. The pale is not, technically speaking, part of reality.
Yes. Also, I think we've had enough excitement for today. We do have a case to attend to.
His voice is low, but firm. All she can say is,
Of course, Lieutenant. Let's try something else.
What do you mean it's not part of reality?
Ma'am, remember you are dealing with a very sensitive and impressionable police officer who is still recovering from a recent medical episode.
The Lieutenant's right. Let's change
you could sneak back later when the lieutenant is not here, unless you can convince him to step aside.
Glad to have been of assistance.
Give me a sec. I need to talk to Joyce. Kim.
Yes?
Kim, over here. Kim. Kim.
The waves are beginning to die down. Look at those little...
Oh yes, she does.
Alcohol?
I just want to see if I could.
She doesn't even understand.
Okay. So, Sir Kim. Sir Kim.
Yes?
Didn't even follow me.
Excuse me?
Nothing, just an
You
observation.
have a distinctive way of walking. If I were to walk in front of you, we would surely collide.
Maybe
I
distinctive.
hope you don't take this the wrong way. It's just a collegial observation. In the 57th, we call it the Jamrock Shuffle. Officers from Jamrock's 41st Precinct tend to move a bit erratically.
Why?
They say it's a scene-clearing technique developed by one of your lieutenants for gathering evidence. It's erratic, yet thorough. Prioritizes containers.
So, what do you remember, Vod, so I can give you a rundown?
Yes, but containers contain things. Shiny things.
Why containers?
They're interesting.
I don't know. Containers contain, I guess. I'm making assumptions. We should move on.
Passing along frivolous interdepartmental stereotypes is...
Excuse me?
Beat it.
Frankly, Detective, you're in a deranged state. I can't let...
The lieutenant thinks you're some unaccountable wreck who needs constant supervision.
What if
But
I
you don't
need
have
me
to listen
time?
to him.
Some you time? This is a police investigation, not a journey of self-discovery. You
Okay.
still have your evenings to yourself.
So we hung out with some communists. It was very boring. It sucked ass, actually, because they were big on theory and nothing else.
A moment passes.
Damn it. So I reloaded a save because I was trying to talk to Joyce about something. But,
You're back. Good. More lessons in
what was the
basic...
RCM again?
Yes.
Already, are we?
We are.
Yes. That means... Permit me... And if those authorities...
We've already been through all that. So last time we then, pretty much Anahito. It was kind of insufferable. It was really awful. But, so then we track down
She
Ruby.
won't maneuver her way out of this one.
What are you?
I am the vilest I.
Yeah,
She
she's...
raises the corner of her mouth.
Dios
smirking,
mío, a libro!
revealing a
Yes. I am the nether creature of the forbidden...
So we did that. We
In
tracked
her
down
green
Ruby.
eyes, you see a
Things
mixture of
actually went
truth
great.
and
I let her go.
self-satire. Decades of guilt and pride.
I let her go. We read all her shit, and then we got to the showdown where I almost died, but was saved by my armor. I got shot in the leg. Kim almost died, but didn't, because I saved him. And all of the Hardy Boys are fucking dead. Every single one of them, actually. Not a single fucking Hardy Boy survived. It was actually pretty awful. I mean, I consider the lawyer one of the Hardy Boys, but yes, the lawyer died too. On the bright side, only one of the mercs survived. You're a monster.
That's a pit. When the dark with you,
While a
I would not.
she realized
No, I'm not.
dark orange flames reflect in her green eyes.
Yes.
Seditious talk, man.
Yes.
So that happened.
Whatever else I am.
And thanks
I'm
to the
also
help
a
of
mother. And a wife. A bird.
some red string.
Svenis. This place. It's lovely, actually.
You both.
This place.
There is
I'm skipping through
Doubtless
this on
I'll be off
purpose.
someplace keeping. Glad to have been of assistance. The little that I know. Anything else? Oh. Of course, Detective. You can always drop by. Oh.
is what you're about to say when a cold streak runs.
A takeover. If they're taking it,
Green livery changing into.
then we're talking about a war. They most certainly are not. Crenell has 1,000 men on their payroll. The next batch will be a platoon of 20 men and a gunship.
I mean, yes, everyone
seen
died,
millions
but I
fight it.
saved Kim,
They're
and
better
honestly,
organized
that's the
than
most
these
important
mercenaries.
thing.
It will take more than I am sure you have.
What do you suggest I do?
I got really unlucky on the things that mattered, and really lucky on the things that didn't. Let's see. First...
Everything affects the decision.
Officer?
For once, I don't seem to know what the right thing to do is.
I wish there was a disco option.
I'm afraid we won't disco our way out of this one. Of course. Your job is to clean up after them. What will I do?
Her arms.
Did I ever tell you how they discovered this Isola? During our
We got it!
reality loadout.
Fuck yes! I finally got to it! You said you would, one day. You said I'm uneducated, remember?
Typically arrogant of me. Absent-minded as well. Inter-Islary travel has left holes in my consciousness, I'm afraid.
She does. She fucks off. This is a special save I made for the stream, because I wanted to know what she said. I didn't sell out the Union, because honestly I didn't care about either side here. That's not my job. But yeah, so this is basically a special reality that never happened. Do we have the time? Tell me.
It may be the only break we've ever caught as a species. The last one for 400 years.
Why?
The nations who colonized this Isola called theirs Muindi, the world. It was all they knew, all they thought would be. That there would be something more was a gamble, akin to another world, or life after death. The Pale was thought to be impregnable, perpetual. Irene la Navigateur, the Queen of Suren, sent 8 expeditions, one after the other, into the mass at the edge of the world. 5 of the crews did not return. 2 did, but had lost their minds.
Is 8 special?
It was anything but normal. There was no precedent. People thought she was punishing the admirals.
Because I wanted to know
or
what
they'd
this
gone
was.
mad. Or both.
I honestly, I should have told her and just said, hey, fucking who cares?
Until after years of trial and error, and the development of a strict psychological regime imitating the creation process of poetry,
What?
the 8th expedition returned sane and intact. They told of a new continent of matter. They told the Queen and her counselor, Dolores Day, that the Pale had begun to condense, day after day, hour after hour, minute, slowly raining down until it formed a vast ocean.
The air is cold and scented with petrichor. There are rain circles on water all around. Humidity crawls up your back like a piano trill. So does the lieutenant. His mouth is slightly open as he looks to the sky. The droplets feel warm, like spring rain.
This ocean?
The phenomenon has never again been encountered. For a time, the crew thought they were experiencing a hallucination. The mass hand proclaimed, "Lancielinde, Lancielinde," the signal to wake up. But they could not. They were sane and conscious, as islands began to appear on the horizon. There are 78,000 uninhabited islands in the Insulindian archipelago, officer. The freckled face of God. Après la vie, la mort. Après la mort, la vie encore. Après la mort, le gris. Après la gris, le monde encore.
What do you mean is this new, Wang?
After life, death. After death, life again. After the Isola, the Pale. After the Pale, Isola again.
On the second day, a great skua was shot down above the flagship Lézargique.
This is what I was looking
The
for,
bird was
Wang.
preserved and brought back, along with pollen. 4 years later, the Queen's Counselor was proclaimed Her Innocence Dolores Day, the elected world spirit. The age of humanism, internationalism, and parliamentary rule followed. We were high.
And this was the last break.
The nations of Mundi proceeded to discover 5 more Isolae. Or they discovered us. All in the rush of the great inter-Islary reconnection. But these others weren't uninhabited. We had to kill people there. Wipe out indigenous populations. Gunboat economies. Or they came to do the same for us. Or had done to each other. There was no one but the skua, the Liliat Sea, and the Blood Beach, and the River Esperance. It was the new world. The Mondials used it to amass the greatest concentration of wealth mankind has ever seen.
What happened?
Revachol, the suzerain, revolution, poverty, and the mercurial rise of capitalism.
So the Great Seal was the first bird they saw.
The first living, autonomous organism. Proof of reality. It's the symbol of Insulinde, detective. The coat of arms of the suzerain and the wings on the crest of the commune.
Seem to have it in for, or it for me, I broke one.
In your defense, it is a nasty creature who plucks food from the throats of lesser birds. Yet much like Revachol, it is also magnificent and rare. Imagine the suzerain of seagulls.
There was a sting in your heart at the mention before, when she said its name.
Leaving us here.
On Caillou. The Pebble. The largest of the fertile, uninhabited islands of the northeast Insulindian archipelago. 4 centuries and 2 revolutions later.
It's raining.
It is. Soon it will be spring and everything will blossom.
The gangs will run wild, jacking motor carriages, ferrying amphetamines through Coal City. Spring is tough in Revachol.
What will you do?
I will surrender Terminal B to the Union.
Is that within your means?
She puts her hand in the rain. She's silent for a second.
We will see.
Ma'am, this may well unravel property law this side of the river. If that occurs, we may never see the end of this kind of confrontation. The next time there will be 2 strikes, then 4, then 100.
What happens will happen. The age of capital has only begun. I will talk to my employers in person. We will amputate and cauterize Martinez. If you handle the situation on the ground.
She generally avoids the term with her employers.
There are no employers. She's a member of the board. Probably a partner.
Fuck! Shit, I wish I did this. You are the Wild Pines, there are no employers.
You are the citizens' militia. There are no superiors.
Well, of course we have superiors.
That's right, Detective. And next time, you should confer with them before you go setting events in motion.
Despite his words, he's not really sure whether to be annoyed with you or not. Events are already in motion. Whether your actions accelerated or momentarily retarded their progress, even the lieutenant cannot really say.
Even after all this time, I still don't really understand who you are or what your angle is.
I have not deceived you. I showed you who I was. Rejoice Layton.
You're going now?
Yes, Mr. Clare has a 2-month head start. I can't let it grow any bigger. And I've exhausted all my options from here.
Got it.
Keep the peace, and I will keep my end of the bargain. One last thing, Lieutenant Dubois. I've given the matter much thought and come to this conclusion. You're not an amnesiac. You're insane. I know, because I, too, am insane. I just hide my illness better. And I'm rich.
Isn't everybody a little insane?
No, Detective. No one's as insane as you.
Don't worry, madame. I am very sane.
You're overrated?
I'm overexposed, baby. My travels take me through the Pale dozens of times a year. I've got the longing. And I've got it bad.
She would die to return to it. The Pale, the past, anything one can return to.
How do you keep your shit together?
The same strict psychological regimen the 8th Admiral developed when he crossed the Pale and discovered this Isola, the Volta do Mar. It's used by inter-Easlary travelers and other troubled souls, even to this day.
You could use a little of it yourself.
Goodbye, Joyce.
Watch out for yourselves. They will strike soon.
The lieutenant watches her boat grow smaller on the bay, its white sails fluttering. With worry in his eyes, he does not know if it was the right thing to do, but he doesn't say anything. You wonder what Everard has to say about this. Slowly, the sails turn grey-blue as more oxygen gets between you.
Huh. Insulindian miracle. I hate it, because part of me is like, what if I just went with this save? Fuck the other shit. I already know all the choices I made and how I fucked them. What if I just do it again? I will live with my decisions, it's fine. But there's just like, part of me is, what if I did this? It's not regret, it's curiosity. Get the two right. Thinking about what ifs, what could have been. But that's not what it is. And it never was. But I'll make a save for personal use. That's a me thing, not a you thing. But most importantly, I wanted to know what she was talking about. But that's a different reality than our own. This is what we live with.
What a shirt. All other shirts pale in comparison to the muscular man with antlers and immense Zweihanders.
Not the prettiest reality, but it's ours. So. I believe it. I mean, there's a Dark Souls manga, and it's exceptional, but that's also... I say that because I've read other work by that author. which is incredibly, profoundly stupid. But let's head on down to the fisherman shacks. After that little expedition. Yeah, I do too, actually. That's the thing. You're right. You're right. I should talk to everyone before we head out. Wait, what? Who are you?
Officer, care to play a game with the lonely old man? Actually, never mind. Wouldn't be the same.
What is Renee?
The prick is gone. I can barely believe it, but he's really gone.
He is trying to retain his jolly facade, but the underlying sadness casts a deep shadow over his wrinkled face.
Gone?
Hell, most likely. He was an absolute cunt.
Was he killed by the mercenary tribunal?
Oh, he would have liked that. Violent lives ending violently. That's how he wanted to go. Sadly, it was not the case.
How did he die?
His hungry little heart finally gave out. The dock workers found him in the guard booth this morning. Wasn't even supposed to be working for another week, but he just had to prove how tough he is. Guess he was about to head home, 'cause when the dock workers found him, he was wearing civilian clothes and not the Kuketu uniform I saw him in all the time. Sometimes I thought he was wearing it just to piss me off. Now the joke's on him, 'cause he's gonna be buried without it.
Was he really that bad?
I repeat, an absolute cunt. Even his old army buddies didn't want him around. He was like an old viper. The only people who could stand to be around him were Jenny and me. She saw something in him when we were just kids, and she never lost sight of it. And I thought if the most beautiful being in the world can love him, then there must be something worth holding on to.
Did you love him?
We've hated each other our entire lives. So much, in fact, that... Yes, I loved that angry prick. He didn't deserve it, but I did. You know what his last words to me were?
That he's sorry?
In Guillaume's time, you'd have been shot without trial. That's what he said to me. He lived a cunt, and he died a cunt. Let's leave it at that.
Have the photo.
Let me see. This was 60 years ago. We all went to that parade. Young René looked so happy, and Jenny... I'm sorry, officer. I just... Thank you. Thank you for this little memorabilia. It really means the world to me.
That was nice. A small thing for us, but invaluable to him. He probably didn't even know René had the photo.
Already got to deal with that, dude.
Yes, we are both very sorry for your loss.
It is what it is. Part of life, really. But to know someone for 79 years, then one day they're just gone. I just don't know anymore. About anything, really. But you must need something.
I was hoping to ask about the Maybells, actually.
René wasn't really what you'd call a botanist, officer. And believe me, he didn't like Insulindian lilies.
Wait, Insulindian lilies?
That's their old name, dating back to the time of kings and crests, and all that other stuff he loved so much.
Why didn't he like them?
There were many reasons, but mostly it was the communards. They called them the Bells of Revolution. I guess in the end, the Insulindian lilies were just another piece of the old Insulinde. The royalists had to surrender to the Mazovian insurgents. It doesn't really matter anymore.
But you feel the dried flower in your hand somehow still does matter, although not to this sad old man.
I want to go over a few more things about Renee, if that's okay.
Yes,
Oh, wait, never mind.
Yes.
It is. I just don't know anymore. About any
The
officer.
Union.
I just can't do this right now. The
It's-
Union, it just doesn't matter anymore.
Have a good one, dude. Enjoy your picture. It means more to you than me. Every time I pass by here, the musty smell of potato cellar in spring emanates from the air vent. Oh, ew. Let's go check on these. Hey kiddo, how's it hanging?
Hi, Ace Detective.
Nothing new from you.
Oh my god! Things have gotten out of hand! I thought the psychic stuff was bad, but the crime! It's even worse! I haven't been able to come to work for 3 days. The shop has been locked. No sales, gangbangers running around, shooting everyone. I know I shouldn't have bought a shop in this ghetto.
Ma'am, I'm the one who got fucking shot.
Oh my god! Even the police can't take care
Bullet
of
to the
all
leg.
this.
Fuck you.
Just look at that limp. Someone should do something about this. Maybe I should close the bookstore and open a psychic studio. Yes. It makes sense. Crime is the 6th element, you see. The darkest element.
Earth, fire, wind, water, heart, and crime.
I could teach people to protect themselves against bad energies and to fight crime.
Sounds like a plan.
Yes, what Martinez really needs is more vigilantes roaming the streets.
Exactly. It's a brilliant idea. Thank you, officer. I'm going to start drawing up business plans right away. In the meantime, do buy the books. As many as you can. They won't be here for much longer. Is there any...
Nope. Don't care anymore later, ma'am. Wait, I just realized I might know the Fortress accident password now. So let's actually go get that game.
It's dark. And the flashlight works a lot better if you hold it in your hand.
Flashlights go in hand?
Yes, you might even call it a feature of the universe. Right.
Some areas.
Stop making fun of me, game. We've been through this before. Don't need the cigarettes. I use the cigarettes to light up that fucking fire and nothing else. Exactly, the crime elemental. Its element is crime. It's...
Tiles on the cube are still smoldering. Casting
like-
the speaker
Good morning. Please repeat. Is this the production schedule? Good. Please repeat the password.
Afterlife, death.
Good. I've unlocked the production schedule. After ending the call, please press print to access the filament.
Really? She just used the same password? Maybe those radio computer guys aren't that paranoid after all.
Fortress accident. Is there anything else I can do for you today?
That's it.
Thank you, and goodbye.
I
Tiles
love
on the cube
reusing
are still
passwords.
smoldering.
It's
With
great.
a quiet determination, the printer starts printing, a piece of paper unfolding like a handheld fan.
Read the printout.
It's a project report written by the lead producer, Andrew Andy Schott, about Whirl Untethered, a radio game developed by Studio Fortress Accident. The first few pages give an overview of the capital and workforce, while the rest of it seems to be a production schedule.
Yeah, let's learn about the money.
In its short time of existence, Fortress Accident SCA managed to burn through truly insane amounts of money. The first tranche of seed financing brought in 150,000 Riyal, but then came the delays. Eventually, the damage reached 400,000 Riyal, with only half of the game finished.
Jesus, why?
Let's just say it was a real adventure for their Igaunian investor.
Well, let's learn about the workforce.
Fortress Accident employed 18 people, the bulk of the team composed of writers and concept artists. There were also radio programmers, sound engineers, a CEO, 2 marketing experts, and a single overburdened producer who developed a habit of popping Pyrrolidon in the basement to escape his obligations.
Okay, that makes sense. Hey, chat, do you know something weird about the flashlight? Something a little bit funky? Just a teensy bit goofy? This doesn't usually happen, but... no, we are currently shining the light onto a flat surface that's in our way, but we still have the little circle. No, Malik, don't tell me how to live my life. Skim through the production schedule, whatever it is.
The production schedule depicts their glorious descent into bankruptcy.
Right, what happened?
It was impossible not to fail. The project was too large, and no amount of money could satiate the ever-expanding ambitions of the development team.
It's true, this flashlight is so good it can pass fucking light particles through solid metal.
They tried to make a 4 million real game with 400,000 in their bank account. They thought they could bridge the gap with pure willpower and imagination. They couldn't.
I could have bridged the gap.
No, you couldn't have.
Oh, damn. I don't have enough volition for this check, and I have a fuck ton of volition. What do you mean? I totally could have.
Definitely not.
Thank you, conceptualization. You're worthless.
Not a chance. Even then, success remained within an ever-narrowing margin of possibility that, despite everything, never entirely disappeared. That is, until they discovered the Valley of the Heads.
The what?
At the 11th hour, the lead designer, Jimsk-born Suliswaf Jalisa, decided that what Wirral Untethered needed was a secret mystical location at the extreme edge of the map. This place was to be the Valley of the Heads, where the heads of all the headless constructs could be found. The player would have been able to choose a head for their headless party member, and each head would have been voiced on air by a professional actor.
How many heads were there?
So many. The last count, there were approximately 10,000 heads for 10,000 headless men, all of which could be endlessly recombined.
How many combinations could you make out of that?
Do you really want to know?
How
There seems to be a calculation here, but it may take a while.
bad could it be? Ooh. Oh. Oh, I made a mistake. Oh, sweet Jesus. Oh, God. That's a lot of number. That's a lot of number. Keep going. This is good. I love this
The
white
lieutenant
noise.
taps his foot impatiently, his arms folded tight against his chest.
Why are there so many numbers? Keep going. I'm not a coward. We're gonna keep going until we reach the end. Yeah, I'm impressed that Harry's doing this.
What if you broke the radio computer? What if it's never going to stop?
Just let the numbers wash over you. Oh, we're hitting the zeros.
And that's it.
Okay, so that's what did them in?
Well, yeah, that and the catastrophic data loss.
That must be the anomaly Sina mentioned in the church log.
On the nature of the data loss, there's ominously little information in the production log. It comes at the very end, where things get fuzzy and dark, where tables and numbers seem to vanish into an eerie nothingness, before the Egonian investors pulled the plug. What is clear is that one day, an unidentified numeric anomaly occurred on the East Insulindian Lintel front, just as the Wirral Untethered project was being compiled that day.
And the anomaly caused all the data to get lost in the air.
When the project was returned, it was completely blank. The team spent weeks on the phone with Lintel, the service provider, but despite their diagnostics, they could never produce a satisfactory explanation or pay for the loss.
Wasn't there a backup copy of the game?
Mysteriously enough, it seems that the off-site copy happened to be on-site when the catastrophic data loss occurred. It was the lead programmer's responsibility to oversee weekly maintenance of the off-site copy and, well, keep it off-site. An explanatory note from the lead programmer has been attached. S. Luukinen Kilda, the lead programmer of Fortress Accident. The off-site copy was on-site because there was no off-site anymore. Not for me, not after 8 months of crunch. I didn't have a home anymore, so I started keeping it in the basement in the ice bear refrigerator near where I went to sleep. It was perfectly safe there. The temperature conditions were optimal.
I think I unplugged the fridge. Isn't it a perfectly reasonable explanation?
That's not what her colleagues thought.
Anything else from the lead programmer?
The production schedule ends with a few random notes that seem to be added sometime later.
Read the notes.
4 months later, by an unknown author. I am the only one left, and it's gotten rather damp here. A few other businesses have gone under, too. Slipstream switched to making skis, and the hairdressers just left, cursing Martinez. They're right, though. Something's seriously wrong with this place. Martinez, all of it. Still haven't got an answer from Lintel about what happened. All I could get were the physical coordinates of the error on the East Insulindian front on that day. Since the computation happened on air, I reckoned it had to coincide with an actually existing location. I have compared the coordinates to a map of Revachol West. Turns out it's only 800 meters from here. The address is Saint-Brun 1147. I am going there to look this thing in the eye.
Oh my god, did it fucking pass through the void? Is that what happened?
Saint-Brun 1147? That's what the street sign next to the church said.
So this is why she's so obsessed. Tear off the printout and throw it away.
Tiles on the cube are still smoldering, casting the framework in a soft glow. Fluorescent play and print keys shine on the keyboard. The filament slides out of its glowing nest.
Not the data hole, the void in reality. A small 3mm hole. Just large enough to eat all those radio waves. Yeah, let's crack this bitch open.
This orange machine.
Oh, that's
is
right, I
dead
failed.
still. It has a hand-cranked ice cream churner and an
Could do it again. No, wait, I don't want electrochemistry. Everything I want is down here. What I wanted is physical instrument. Anything else for physical instrument? There is shockingly little for physical instrument. And I could kneecap my physical instrument if I really wanted to, which would be dumb, but I could do it. You know what? Fuck it. I'm not a coward. I forget how bad the odds
This
were.
orange machine is dead still. Ice squeaks. I
I hate this game. I have failed so many coin flips. Ugh, I have been so thoroughly fucked by the dice in this game. It's fucking terrible. Should I replace my glasses? What do you give me? God, you give me +1 volition. Volition's a really good stat, though. That said, what glasses should I pick? Shame there are no glasses that give me empathy. I lied. Then I lose 1 logic. Whatever. I could have let you guys boost me, it's true. I kind of forgot that it was there. I kind of forgot. You know, for funsies, choose what you want. Fisherman shack. Hello, ma'am.
Officer, what happened?
She sounds almost disappointed with you, reprimanding you for falling and hurting your knee.
I'm angry, why?
Look at you, you can barely walk.
I got shot in the foot, it was pretty bad. You would have, pretty badass, you would have liked it.
Is this from the shooting in town? We heard gunshots. Not that we don't hear gunshots all the time, but they were closer than usual.
There was an exchange of fire on Rue de Saint-Guylaine. It's nothing to be worried about, madame.
You should see the other guys, they're all dead.
So you're a killer. That's good, I guess. I guess. Better than being dead.
I was a killer long before this happened.
I've always taken you for one, that's for sure. Not a lot of RCM men who aren't killers. So you're a killer. That's good, I guess. I guess. Better than being dead.
Most cops are killers.
Aye. I bet they are. The good ones, at least.
Question for you.
Of course. Can I help you with something?
Kim's presence makes it somewhat awkward. Who cares?
Oh yes, she does. You need to get your drink on. There is no other way for human beings to procreate. Not after 6,000 years of yeast cultivation-based mating rituals.
Since the dawn of mankind. Nah. I want to be close to you, but there's one way to intimacy.
What?
Oh. Drunk date.
Funny. Funny sailor jokes. Sorry if I'm not laughing out loud, but the comedy has worn thin over the years.
Great. Now you reminded her of the husband. It's okay. She just hasn't figured out how these things work between the sexes. Keep at it. She'll come around.
I'm looking for someone. Maybe you can help?
Let's see. Who are you looking for?
I'd like to ask something else. What?
Well, how can I assist you then, officer?
We need to get to the island.
That won't be a problem. It's wind still and the tar just dried. We've got 2 days of relative sunshine ahead.
What's on the island?
Used to be some kind of fortification there before the war. For the communards. An anti-aircraft gun, I think. Bombed to bits in the landing. I haven't been there myself. Always steered clear of it.
Hasn't been there herself. Who has then?
2 days of sunshine, I just got a bacterial infection.
I'm sad to hear that. Take care of that with ether, will you? Don't get too many RCM men round here. Be sad to lose the first one.
You said you haven't been there yourself. Who has then?
My husband used to drink there.
Oh.
Him and his drinking buddies. Always seemed like a bad place to drink to me.
Sounds like a depressing place to
People died there
drink.
during the landing, you know. My mother told me. The kids sometimes go there too. I know they do, on rafts. I tell them not to, but they bring back old bullet casings and such.
Which kids?
The twins. God forbid they bring the girl along on some rickety barge.
Can we maybe ask your twins about that place before we go? Would that be alright?
Be my guest. They've a strange way of talking. See if you can get anything useful out of them. I seldom do.
Can we borrow your boat?
If you promise to bring it back. And no scraping the hull. I just got it nice and yellow. And no drinking on the boat. And no joyriding either.
Of course, ma'am. It's only for a day or two. Official police business.
Aye.
I'll just nod along.
The crow's feet disappear from the corners of her eyes as she smiles at you.
Anything I should know about getting there?
Well, most of it's sunken. Underwater. That means concrete underwater. Cut your boat if you're not careful.
Aye, aye, Captain.
Thank you. We'll use your skiff to get there then.
Please be conservative with the fuel, will you? Just filled her up, but it's a small tank.
Got it, Coach. Oh, be seeing ya. Time to go grill the children! But before I do that, there's something I want to try. I got it to work. Oh shit, I don't have the experience. Never mind. Don't worry about it later. Kim really hates going in there. Hey kids! Little shits.
The scruffy-haired little boy kicks a stone while the other watches him do it.
You been to the island?
On that island?
Yeah, that one. I need to know what's there.
That's, nothing. It's just a seafort and some plants. You can take a raft there. It's great. And we make a fire. We make a fire. Mm-hmm. Gather the sticks for the fire. And bullets. Or not real bullets, empty bullets.
What then?
They're lights. The fire guy comes and asks us to put the fire out.
Someone lives on the island?
No. Yes.
Let's go with yes.
Why is he the fire guy?
Because he asks to put the fire out.
Why does he ask you to put the fire out?
I don't know. He doesn't like it. He don't like people to be there. You shouldn't go. Yes.
And just something about lights.
I don't know.
Did you mean there are electrical lights?
Yes.
Is there anything else you can tell me about this guy? Age? Does he live there?
No, he doesn't live there. I don't think. No, he lives there. Been there twice, 2 times. He doesn't live there. He isn't there sometimes.
Anything else? What does this guy look like?
I don't know.
How come?
We ran. He just yelled we shouldn't be there.
Your father used to go to the island, didn't he?
Our father killed himself. Don't say that, he didn't.
I'm just not even gonna say anything to that. That's for them to figure out.
I'm sorry.
Is that all you know?
There's
Lights, fire guy. We should check up on that island.
Okay, well, we know someone is staying there. To what end and for what reason, we don't know. But we know that someone's been there. Multiple times. And it's likely where our killer was. That reminds me, I need to head over here. I could have just fast traveled, but you're not my dad. Is my excuse. Okay, so they're not here anymore. There's one thing I want to do after checking up on the church.
Yes, what is it? Yes?
Is this what you're looking for?
No. That's the production schedule you stole and accessed without authorization. I don't need it.
In his defense, it was simply lying in the desk drawer of an abandoned cubicle.
Okay, but still.
Okay, we already went over that. Later. I don't really have the means to open that thing, so won't work. So let's head on over here before we head out. Because I want to try something.
An old door, worn by elements, guards the depot. You rattle the handle a bit, then push.
How can we get in there?
We don't get in there.
What do you mean? We get into, like, everywhere.
Frankly, you're just going to have to accept the fact that you can't get in through every single door.
No. We've absolutely gotten into everywhere thus far. That's what we do. We open doors and go through them. We're cops.
That's who I am.
Our perk.
Who we are.
Yeah, I understand you. I like opening doors as much as the next guy. But this one is simply beyond repair and we don't have the resources needed to open it. Relax. No one's hiding in there. If we can't open it, others can't either. And thus they can't get in.
What is... okay. Just gotta accept we can't open every door. But what if we did? We can do a what if of that too. Because the fun thing about this that I can do is that I'm not going to. But I can use it for a what if. Okay, well, let's head back to the fisherman. Actually, did we talk with everyone in the Whirling and Rags? I think we did. Unless we didn't. Oh. Not everyone's dead.
Seeing you approach, the bruised man raises his beer can in welcome.
Oh, it's you. Didn't think we'd see you walking anytime soon. Elaine, look. It's the cowardly cop.
Huh?
Our condolences for your losses.
Gonna happen to the Hardy Boys.
Titus is fucking dead.
What's gonna happen to the Hardy Boys? Look around you, man. This shit is done. There are no more Hardy Boys.
Just gonna go back to hauling containers?
No, man. I don't know. I guess the Union will still be policing the neighborhood, but who's gonna do it now?
You just need to sober him up, that's all. I mean, honestly. Doesn't Titus have a brother?
Tiberius, he don't want to get mixed up in our shit. Titus has been buttering him for years, on account of all this being fun as fuck. But he's got his window fitting business, a wife with 2 kids, and a 3rd one on the way. No way he's gonna leave all that.
Is Elaine okay?
Does he look like he's okay?
Not even remotely.
He does not. His unshaven face is almost grey, and he reeks of piss, sweat, and booze.
How badly was he hurt?
He wasn't. That's the thing. Titus, Theo, Dennis, Angie, they're all gone. But he got away without a scratch.
There's nothing left. Nothing.
He has lost the will to live. It's survivor's guilt. He feels like he should have died with the others. He may kill himself if he doesn't find a new purpose, or else go on in this way, Not dead, but not really living either.
Yeah. Yeah.
What?
I mean, Krenel, Wild Pines, all the people responsible for the deaths of your friends, you're just gonna leave it like that?
Sons of bitches.
Was this really the best idea? I guess you may have prolonged his existence a bit, if he can still remember this when he sobers up.
If you think this will keep him from offing himself, I'll make sure to remind him. So far, I've just been pouring whiskey in him to keep him sedated.
I'm doing what I can. It's not much, but... Any idea what happened to Clausia?
Damn songbird of misery, that one.
And do you have any information on this songbird of misery?
God said she took off sometime before the firefight. That's all. Trying to remember if there was anything... Oh yeah, he said she seemed to be in a real hurry.
She's gone. Face it. Move on. There's no catching her this time around.
Take care, guys.
Yeah, you too. It's a both of you. We shouldn't have fucked with you like we did. You got between us and a lot of bullets in that fight. Matinees owes you one.
That's kind of you to say. Take care of your friend, okay?
I will. You take care of yours.
A sharp pain shoots up your side and into your stomach. You must not look too good. Luckily, it passes.
I'm not dead yet, and that's what fucking matters.
Hi, gendarme. Another rendezvous.
You're here!
I am. So are you. What brings you here?
What is it about the way he carries himself?
Could he be a member of the homosexual underground?
Are you a part of the homosexual underground?
The homosexual underground? Why, yes, I am, officer. Why? Do you want to investigate?
I want to hear more about this homosexual underground you're part of.
Oh, it's a pleasure group. A Sub Rosa pleasure group congregating in cellars under the cover of night. Saturday night. Sometimes even Friday night.
What about Thursday night?
Or Thursday night. Sometimes the congregating doesn't even end. It carries on into our daily life.
But why do you convene? What do you do?
Oh, we're ambitious. We want to destroy the last vestiges of meaning, the last things people in Rebishul have to hold on to, the true symbols of security, the meaning of man and woman, mother and father, their marriage. Everything will be constantly shifting and moving under our rule. The future will belong to a circus of identities just spinning around, surreal and unreal. You won't even know who you are anymore.
Does it have anything to do with disco?
Yes, we listen to a lot of disco. Some say we engineered disco to spread our vision of a vertiginous, ever-changing society, where all there is a razzle-dazzle of gold.
I like this guy.
We are going to change the family unit with all this razzmatazz and finger dancing. And with mysteries. Of course, the mysteries are also of sexual nature, very esoteric.
I do like disco. Maybe I should get into it?
You can't just get into it. You have to be born into it. One is either already in the homosexual movement, or forever excluded from it.
What if I can't remember a damn thing, but I like disco?
Beautiful. Beautiful. That's exactly what we're looking for. Who knows, maybe you were homosexual in the past. Maybe all of that has been repressed. I have to say that you do look like someone who might be part of the underground. You have that very distinctive, I can't understand what's going on here look.
This is gonna be like a 20-hour mind project for me. 20 hours at least.
Absolutely wonderful.
What are you doing here?
Admiring the atmosphere. What about you, officer?
I don't know what I'm doing here. I just go wherever life takes me.
Maybe you should figure it out, detective.
I met your Sunday
You
friend.
did? And how did you like him?
I didn't. He's a government official. I don't trust government officials. You know what? I'll like him as much as I don't trust government
Ah,
officials.
shoot. Why not?
What are you two?
Friends, I told you. Sunday friends. Friends who like to get together from time to time.
It's a Sunday friend.
That he won't be there when times get tough, I guess.
Is that even a friend?
It is. On Sundays.
Why is he staying at your place in the middle of the night?
He has keys. And he likes the view. To the sea, I mean.
Who is he?
A visitor from the first world. He's not like you and me, gendarme. He can always return.
Return where?
To his opportunities in Occident, sur la clé. Still, his coming and going brings some life to the village. Or is it just money? I don't know.
Talk about you.
Hmm? What about me, gendarme?
Who came to the crime
Oh
scene?
yes, let's see. He knocked on my door a few days after the lynching. I think he was going through the entire building, asking questions.
What did you tell him?
Nothing. That I didn't see anything.
He believed you?
Why shouldn't he?
You tell him about your friend.
What friend?
Your Sunday friend.
No, I don't think it came up.
What did he look like?
Muscular, handsome, strong, like one of those military types.
Was he alone?
Yes, but he was speaking to someone on his earpiece.
His earpiece?
Yes, you know those tiny speaker microphones that fancy security guards sometimes wear.
Ooh, snazzy. What was he saying?
Just reporting back whatever I was telling him.
Besides muscular, did he have any other defining traits?
Let me think. He had an accent. He sounded like one of those mercenaries. He sounded vaguely Oranese. No, not vaguely, scratch that. He sounded definitely Oranese.
Yep, sounds like someone came for Clausia.
Sure. Bye-bye, gendarme.
Figured as much. But behold, we've unlocked the homosexual underground. It's not actually a 20-hour project, it's 8 hours. That said, let's head on over to the Fisherman Shacks and finally bring it to a close. Who's Gart again? Oh, Evrart. Evrart. No, I did not. Because honestly, the less I see of his shitty fucking mug, the better. Oh, him.
Oh, you're up. It's good to see you back on your feet. Did you like your room? I cleaned it for you.
I did, thank you. Big improvement.
You're welcome. I thought it would be nice for you to wake up in a clean place after you, let's be fair, defended this establishment and its clientele.
I can't antidote because the docks are blocked off.
I give credit where credit is due, and that, sir, was an honest effort. I was watching until it went down. Crawled inside then. Bullets started flying. Anyway, I wish you a quick recovery. Also, you and your partner are staying here free now. This establishment supports cops. The stay is free, the drinks are not. It just felt I needed
I mean,
to specify
valid.
that.
The drinks cost money. Did you see a huge burning graffito outside?
Yes, very responsible.
Come on, you gotta admit, it was pretty cool.
Looked pretty hot to me. Well, at least nothing bad actually happened.
He's so exhausted following recent events. He doesn't even have the energy to really get on your case.
Where did everyone go?
Oh, you know, people don't tend to stick around after shootouts. Turns out they're Not good for business.
Are Lena and Morel still in town?
Ah, them. Nice people. But no. Lena said they were going back to Jamrock. I saw them pass by outside. This was before the fight started. I'm glad she got out of here before all that. Bullets flying and stuff. People inside were quite terrified, you know. I had to take action and step outside too.
Yeah, for the best.
Yes, you know. And I went outside and took care of it. Everybody calmed down. Felt like the right thing to do.
He's almost completely forgotten what this began with.
But we weren't done looking for the Phasmid.
I mean, you're a detective. Perhaps you can track them down. Shouldn't be that hard.
Exactly, but all in due time. Crypto business is not a priority right now.
You'll see her again one day. You know it. Things went like they did for a reason.
Oh, fine, hero cop. Lena left a forwarding address. 1113 Tabernacle Road in Jamrock. If you see them again, do give them my best.
What happened to the man with the sunglasses?
I don't remember everyone who comes here, and many people wear sunglasses inside lately. Must be a fad.
Okay, so I have to mention, when it happened, you were right out there on the balcony.
Yeah, I was. Yeah. That's because I'm a badass.
Yeah, I guess you are a badass.
Yeah, I don't know. Clients were panicking. And also, I guess I sort of found out that I don't give a shit if I die.
Jesus!
He means it. It's not just boasting. It's something he discovered about himself. Stepping onto that balcony.
Alright, thanks.
No problem.
Later, loser!
What's wrong? Look. Damn!
Not the bees! Hey V's, how's it going? How was your stream? It's great! Your timing is immaculate because we're about to go into the end game. It's incredible, actually. Let's see. Fisherman Shacks. I do want to check one thing. Yeah, I once again would highly recommend you play through this game if you haven't. This game is very, very good, especially with the director's cut, so I can play through it too. Yeah, enjoy your food, bees. There it is. You.
Yes?
Not you. You.
There's nothing else to do with the traps at...
Damn. But yeah, so I very much recommend this game to anyone who hasn't played it. It's a good game. In the meantime, though, end game time. I can't get rid of the expression, and without the mutton chops, it just looks
A
weird.
skiff with a small steering engine in the back floats on the calm mirror of the sea. Its 2 seats are empty. The boat's belly is a shiny yellow color, industrial paint over fresh tar. You see it reflect off the water, along with the factory number, A72. Once you get in, that's it. One pull of the starter handle, and you're off into the bay. A strange trepidation comes over you. Are you sure you want to go now? Have you made all the necessary preparations? Closed all your accounts? Remember what the net picker said. It's a small tank. You won't be going back and forth on this.
You take the engine, Kim. I'll hold the boombox.
What?
You heard me. Don't make me repeat myself. What? How do we blast Sad FM on the way out to the island?
Fine. Let's blast Sad FM then.
Get going. It's time for the end game. Yes! I'm so glad. Actually, that reminds me. Oh shit, I forgot to turn on streamer mode. Well, fuck me.
1,
I played myself. Because I'm very smart. Fucking whatever. I'll fucking deal with it. I can't affect the game. I can't pause it or anything. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Yeah. Whoop. Let's take you, find you. Where are you? And you get the mute. I'm sorry, chat. Sorry, but I can't fucking get in trouble for this shit. Here, we get this instead. Something way more... I don't really want this, actually. Sure. Yeah, play Metallica. That's a great idea. Actually, I know a song. Give me a sec. Let's go with, where are you? Thankfully, Guilty Gear music doesn't get me in trouble. There we go. We got it. We got proper music replacing it. See that sad church? Fuck that church. Doesn't matter anymore. Tragically, this is not disco, but I'm not getting in trouble for this shit. So instead we get Guilty Gear music, deal with it. Man, this is, I regret playing the boombox. Look, this boat can only move so fast with its rinky-dink little motor, okay? It's not some sort of fucking speedboat. It's frustrating too, because the song's a lot of fun to sing to, but no. Oh, uh-oh. We have docked. We have officially docked.
Engine off. Then there's silence. In the silence, a sputter of wings. A flock of quails takes off in the distance. There is very little wind here today. The ghost is standing still. You look at your arms, then the cliffs above you. Let's go.
Makeshift bridge. The bombs are powerful enough to break the foundation. Let's see. What are you? I'm not really feeling sad FM because I'm not really sad at the moment. Tires are falling apart. They're at least 50 years old. I'm not feeling sad, you know? Oh, I think that's all I got. Okay. I don't even know why I have this combination of items, but I do. Stairs feel ancient. The soldier's feet ran up them long ago. Let's change out. I don't need the flashlight right now. You know what? This seems like gun time. I don't have any bullets, so it's not actually gun time. I love the multi-tool. No, I shot both my bullets. Is the issue, actually. I had 2 whole bullets, and I fired both of them at the shootout. And missed everything. Some fuel has leaked out of the barrel. Black, viscous. There's a lingering trace of mazout in the air. Also, for future reasons, what are you?
The dry grass crackles under your feet as you stop. Far away, birds' wings touch the still surface of the sea.
What is that flutter?
The flock of quail departs. Now more than 100 meters away. 102, 105.
Underneath the flutter.
On the islet, there is almost no wind, just the light movement of air through the reeds. Bulrushes swaying on the waterline. Long dried leaves chafing against each other. The great ghost of the air is holding its breath.
To the west.
A silent hiss. Sea air moving through the needles of a pine tree.
To the east.
The faraway roar of the city, distant like today's dream. Before it, the sound of sand. The low tide filtered through its grains. A bird tending to its feathers.
Ahead.
A low hum. The air slowly moves through a concrete box, through its ancient slits and cracks, resonating, hollow. A big building.
Beyond that, further north.
Air flows out of a pillbox window. There is very little there. The air cossets flowers on a meadow. Absolute silence. Reeds motionless. Bulrushes motionless.
Below the silence.
A jitter, a sound impatient to happen, but not yet in this world. You hear some kind of limb fidget, producing an imperceptible tick.
Kim.
Yes?
It's really fucking silent on this island.
It is. Is that why we are stopping?
Give me a
The
sec.
lieutenant nods.
Open our eyes. Well, that was pretty productive. I learned a lot of nothing. And that's very quiet on this island. Almost frustratingly quiet. What do you have to say? Warm air from inside of the building. It's warmer there than out here. I'm good at words. Rail says, ICM. You see a star with little specks in it. The little birch from the coin-operated viewer, still holding on. I misread that as bitch for a second. To me. This once was an armament rest. It sure ain't anymore. Oh man, there's so much shit to loot. Books, mostly fantastic and historical fiction. Dishes stained with sauce and fire, a survivor's kitchen. It's candles planted on a broken rangefinder. A moth-bitten bedsheet keeps the wind out. Let's learn more about this.
Books and magazines lie scattered on the floor and on a makeshift cupboard. They are not particularly well organized.
Sift through them.
Most are soft covers, serialized fantastique and detective stories from the 20s and 30s. This disparate digest includes the classic Animal Adventures, among what is mostly commercial fiction and serialized stories. You find a magazine cathodique for electrical engineering. Then it's back to pulp. Light erotica, an international thriller about circuit benders.
Ooh.
Someone's made themselves a home.
Same things stand out as unusual.
Not that you can tell. This is a digest of someone who's dead bored. Most of it is for entertainment purposes, fittingly right next to the radiola on the floor.
Really nothing?
Maybe it's a little old-fashioned. There's a nude mag. More than that, you can't say.
So it shows
Soft
my
covers,
percent chance.
serialized
No.
fantastique and detective stories.
Leave.
And
Unfortunately, my conceptualization is very bad. I think the game wanted me to up it, but fuck you, game. I will live my life as I please.
There's a greasy old spring mattress in the corner, resting on piles of soft cover books. White linen and a pillow are visible under a worn-out caracal blanket.
Someone has been squatting here. The linen is fresh, recently washed.
How recently?
You force the rest of the sentence out through pain, thick as molasses, no longer able to hear yourself speak.
You know, officer, you can rest here if you are feeling tired. I will keep watch. You could use some rest for what's ahead.
Okay, maybe a little rest, just an hour.
You face the concrete wall. There's less light there, in the dark corner. Like a dog, you lie there.
Curl up with your knees close to your chest.
The blanket feels cold. The entire room does. Concrete and cold. Minutes pass. Half an hour maybe. The sounds of the sea beyond grow distant. Your eyelids close. Until? You feel yourself standing up in the darkness, right next to the mattress. Slowly, the world begins to hatch from the blackness. It's evening.
Oops.
Sleep.
Kim? Lieutenant is no longer here. Go outside to the beach. I should have known this would take me to a confrontation, but I should have thought more. Well, I'm going to the beach then. Door is still here. Closed. Feels strange somehow. You can't get in. Ah, I see. I can go around and under. I'm very good at directions. Kim. Go down the chain. There's something there. Oh, good. Walk into the water now. Okay, yeah, sure, let's go. See her footprints on the water. Further. I think this is gonna end great.
Dolorous Day. The innocence of humanism, internationalism, and the welfare state turns around to face you. She has an airship airbag in her hand. She seems to be in a hurry.
Can you stay for a moment? We need to talk. We need to have one more massive epic showdown.
No, Harry. No. I don't want a massive epic showdown. I want to go to the aerodrome. I have tickets for the 10:20 flight to Morova. Really, we don't have anything to talk about anymore. Every combination of words has been played out. The atoms don't form us anymore. Us. Our love. Our unborn daughters. It's all gone. I have to go to the aerodrome. I have to leave Revachol and you. And you have to be alone. In hell. Forever. That's just the way it is.
Ma'am?
Oh God, whatever you do, don't try to kiss her yet. Not after that. You're still reeling. You'll fall over if you try now.
I brought you this figure of a headless Fallen Rider.
I don't want it. It looks expensive. I don't want it.
I thought you liked figures.
That's not what figurines do, Harry.
But
she looks at the headless Fallen Rider between your fingers and doesn't know what to say.
What about dice? I had some custom dice made in this place, a doomed commercial area.
Harry, I don't want things. I want to go to the aerodrome.
Okay.
I didn't ask for things. It's too late to give me anything. I would have liked the headless Fallen Rider back then.
I get the feeling you're not really Dolores Day.
I don't know what you mean. Dolores Day?
You're the morning.
The morning? I don't understand.
The morning. I'm grieving, but you're not even dead.
Oh my God, Harry, stop. I don't want to hear anything about the morning. Mourning someone who's still alive. Any of that. I can't do that anymore. I'm not 80 years old, I'm 32. People my age are not supposed to mourn.
Heard you before, you're the voice on the phone.
Oh, Harry, you shouldn't have done that.
Do what?
Call me like that.
It wasn't me, it was my hand. This traitorous hand.
They shouldn't have. They really shouldn't. I was in Morova already. Safe. In the warmth of the night. Wrapped in my future love. There, I think of you less and less. Whole weeks go by without me remembering you. Months already. Soon it will be years without the hurt. I sit there in Morova, in the holy gratitude of my bliss. I put my hand on my belly and smile.
The air gets cold around you. She looks down on her stomach, then up at you. Her eyes are full of tremendous distance and mystery. The death blow is coming. Black-eyed dogs wander the alleys. Apple trees hang their bony limbs low over the patchwork of roofs. Red and black. Revachol West, the evening sun. She's left and bloomed, far away from us, our vast soul.
Your name
means pain.
I don't want to say that.
Why? That's what dolor means.
A symbol of pain.
Great. Now I'm the symbol of pain.
That was not the death blow yet. You saved yourself. For now. Keep stumbling around, and it will happen.
You're the X something.
Wasn't I Dolores Day just a second ago? Now I'm the X thing? You're confusing me. Look, I have to be at the Lausanne Aerodrome at 10:20 p.m. I still have a light rail to catch. I haven't even bought the tickets yet.
We all told you. Everyone warned you.
Who everyone?
Everyone. Literally all of you.
I'm glad we're having this conversation. I'm getting so much closure.
I'm glad too, but I have to go. My friends are waiting for me on the platform. I can't let them wait. It's impolite.
Cool, your friends. Say hi to your friends for me then.
I will.
I think I thought you're Dolores Day. Queen. Can I?
Oh, Harry, call me like that. They shouldn't have. Months or...
The air, the death, black-eyed dogs, the mysterious smile.
Okay, you're just Dolores Day.
Yes, Harry. I am. Things have gotten much better for me, now that I am the ruler of the known world. Oh God, it's already so late. I have to go, Harry.
A tiny golden watch with red straps around her bony little wrists.
But you said you have a vast soul and you'll always come back to it.
We both said a lot of things. We were very young.
It was her. I can feel it. I can see it in her tender long fingers, in her wrists. Her hand wrote it, said those things.
You didn't say shit. It was written.
As Queen Regnant, I write a lot of letters.
Oh no. I have it right here.
Please, Harry. I just don't have time for this.
Yeah, let's start. Let's make this as awkward as possible.
Okay, stop. Yes. Are you happy now?
We didn't date the Queen. We didn't date Dolores Day, the original, not the original, the greatest innocence. She is a stand-in for our ex. There's more. Kisses, kisses, kisses.
Very well. I wrote it. It was morning. You slept. There was hoarfrost on the ground when I left, on Voyager Road. It was autumn. The first autumn. But Harry, please understand, it was 1,000,000 years ago. No. It was 100 million years ago. I was someone else then, filled to the brim with love for you, hanging on your every word. Oh, Harry, you were the coolest. But I am no longer that person. This has taken her place. It will devour you. Harry, I will eat your mind.
Yum.
The light of the video rental shines through her dress now. A DeLorean figure, cut in black, moves below. It's still her. Her legs, her breasts, her hips.
That was cool.
The coolest. With your leather jacket and your boot-cut pants, smoking in the bus stop. I wanted you to be the rest of my life that day. And you were. Some of it, at least. You were my first kiss, my first time to have sex.
Go on.
The first and worst time I fell in love. I will always have that with me. It's a fact. But that is all it is. It's like a ticket stub, Harry. It doesn't do anything anymore.
A ticket stub.
Yes, let's talk about that too. Let's bring it up, the zoo. In Le Jardin, the day we went east of the river, to the aquarium first, I was sad about my mother. I don't even know why. The shimmer of the fish tank on my face, the octopuses. It was just a day then, but to think, were we there now, you could touch my hair, kiss me, talk to me about anything, go virtually anywhere in the world. Not like now. Now our interactions are limited to pain and regret.
Can you turn back?
And my crown of immortality? No. You scared her out of me. With your crying, the awful time we wound up having. And the cheap rental flats you could afford. Can't you see? I can never think you're cool again. I can only think that way about new people.
A cheap rental with mold on the walls and the tap dripping.
Cheap flats.
Yes, I have found someone for whom I can feel the same. A copy of my love for you, only this time he is careful and rich. He will not lose me. It will go somewhere, it will grow. Harry, do you notice how none of this is very funny?
Yes, you're the least funny part about me.
I hate being that. I don't want to be anything for you. I hope the decades it takes for you to get over me have already passed.
Voyager Road.
It's here, Harry. We are on Voyager Road. At the end of it, 300 meters from the stop. We used to come here to rent videos.
A house?
There. You could not pay the electrical bill. It became a lightless tomb. The years you spent training for the militia, my parents' money, it was not good.
Surely the alcohol didn't help either.
Were we drinking?
Everyone has a little glass of wine every now and then. I certainly do. It's a Queen Regnant thing. I don't think it was the alcohol. It was inevitability.
What now?
Is there really anything left? If not, we can always repeat one of the things we have already talked about. Talk about it again. If you do not feel like doing that, then you should let me go to the aerodrome.
Going for the kiss, let's fuck this up.
Your feet still tremble from the steps you took, as if over an enormous distance, standing against her. Her body close to you, radiating warmth. With your eyes closed, you move your lips on her mouth. She is not kissing you back.
It failed.
This was not about failure or success. This was always going to be horror. I should not have suggested it, and you should not have listened to me.
You know what?
The moment is ending. She is going to move her face away from yours. Trying hard not to look at you. When she withdrew and you held on to her hand, she tried not to look at your face and see the expression there. Brother, you should put me in front of a firing squad. I have no words for how I failed you.
Thank you, Volition, but you're too good to me. You're the apricot chewing gum scented one.
No, I'm just Dora.
Why ain't you just back?
Why did you do that to yourself? You know I don't cheat, Harry. I never cheated on you.
Well, that's it.
No, Harry. Not yet. There is one more thing you have to see. I'm pregnant.
It's his, the man I heard on the phone?
Yes. He did it. I terminated yours. Don't you remember, you poor fuck? You poverty-stricken fuck. Now, go ahead. Ask me more questions. Let's talk about something else.
No, this has to end. Do the last one. More questions. Ask more.
Okay, so pain threshold and volition. But that's not a very good way for things to be.
It's not. But
what? Tell me there's something good.
I don't know why I said but. There is no but.
That's it?
That's it, yes. We've talked about it a million times. You will get over it, just like I did. People do. Things will get good for you again.
Maybe.
See? It just takes some time. For you, I think it'll take something like 20 years, maybe. It was hard for me too. I used to think I couldn't live without you, but I can.
She keeps her shoulders squared and her back straight, but it's clear you're still making her sad.
They felt this way that... No. There's no good way. Your innocence, Dolores Day. I'm sorry I made you sad.
It's okay.
20 years is pretty long.
Yes. It only took me 1 year, maybe 2. Phew.
No, she's not a messiah. She was just the girl we loved. Unfortunately, she meant the world to us, and our heart was broken. It's why we became such a mess, actually. Because we couldn't handle the rejection. So you felt that way once?
Yes. But that time is gone now. So very gone.
Yeah, unfortunately our brain is kind of fucked up and misfiring, so we can't fully remember her. We remember about her, but not her. Let's proceed. No,
Harry.
Why?
We already tried again, and it didn't work.
Okay.
She does not seem relieved at all. Glances.
It's not. But I can't answer your other questions, Harry. It's not. I can't answer your other questions.
Okay, well, don't go.
Not anymore.
War criminal.
Who says that? I have ruled with kindness, grace, and temperance. It's perfectly normal to have an army of humanity. I am the innocence of humanism.
And Black Jacket.
I call it whatever I want to.
The reason for the expression is essential. You faked it for so long, you don't know how to not fake it.
Besides, you're only saying this because things didn't work out between us. I really have to go to the aerodrome. I don't have time for this.
Would you say you didn't behave like a war criminal with me?
You were very bad to me too. We've talked about it like 7 million times now. I don't want to do that anymore.
This is a dream. This is all a dream, but she's a stand-in. Don't go.
I have to, Harry. Really, I've already missed the 8:30. I'm gonna go now.
I was wrong. You don't have power over her anymore. You shouldn't have said that. I am wrong about everything. You should go on without me.
Okay. I swore I wouldn't let go of you. You told me. You asked me to be this way.
That was someone else. I betrayed her, overwrote her, and I'm happier for it. And I'm really going now. The time is up. I must be on the 10:20 flight.
Will we ever see each other again?
I won't see you, but you will see me.
How?
Oh, Harry. This is a dream. Can't you see? I'm already in Morova by now. Who knows how long ago this happened? A year? Right
Oops.
here, tomorrow night. Once this dream starts happening, it keeps happening. 3 times a week, at least. And Harry, it really, really looks like it started happening again. There's the video rental. I'm suffocatingly beautiful. And young. And I smell of tutti frutti chewing gum. Like I did that time when I asked you for forgiveness. After leaving you the first time. So long ago.
This sucks.
Oh yes. This is real darkness. It's not death, or war, or child molestation. Real darkness has love for a face. The first death is in the heart, Harry. See you tomorrow.
Yes, Malik, this is the reason. This awful, shitty, recurring dream.
You're up quick. How was your sleep?
Actually, it was like total annihilation, Kim.
I did not want to wake you. Perhaps I should have? Was it a job dream?
No, it was an ex-wife dream.
The lieutenant nods solemnly. I understand. We've all been through similar things. It can be overcome.
I think we needed someone like him. But also, having a chance to start over has made a difference. Let's solve this fucking case.
Are you sure you're okay? You thrashed around and you bolted up, half covered in blood from your wound.
I mean, look, my sleep was deep and invigorating. Nah, let's go with just spit out the blood and get back to work. You're badass like that.
Okay.
He's still worried. You must have really thrashed and squealed in your sleep.
There's no way we were getting a good night's sleep off of that. Well, let's start over here. Ooh, some magnesium. Delicious. Let's see, we got some money and some magnesium. You're getting a lot of crap here. It's great. I mean, from the sounds of it, Bonk Cushy, it ended up intensely toxic. Unfortunately, Harry took it significantly worse.
An old cylindrical generator is nested above the ammo lift, with makeshift electrical wiring running out of its side and across the floor. The cables disappear into the wall to your right. The lieutenant puts his hand on the metal barrel, checking for warmth.
It's cold now, but someone has been maintaining it. The wiring has been repaired.
Let's pour fuel into the tank.
The lieutenant assists you, holding the canister up to the fuel tank as you tilt. Dark brown, viscous fluid pours out, and the room fills with a chemical smell.
Exactly. I think Malik put it better, which is just from the sounds of it, between Harry, the dreams, and everything, they weren't good for each other, and unfortunately she was able to move on a lot more easily than Harry was.
There's a red starter switch on the side of the cylinder and a start rope on the other side. The lieutenant flicks the switch. The recoil start wakes the old generator up. The machine sputters like an old warhorse before settling down to a rattle.
Some people aren't meant to be, and unfortunately it takes a little too long to realize that.
That should do it.
Where do these wires lead?
Downstairs, somewhere.
Up on the side.
The tank is far from full, but there should be enough inside to keep it going for a day. You see a small metal door nested inside a larger one, a heavy steel blast door. There is a conventional keyhole above the handle. It's very small.
It's on the other side.
Another part of the island, probably. The lock looks like it could still be usable.
How do we open this?
Maybe this is one of the doors we don't open?
He's right. It would be better to open its big brother. A powerful engine hangs under the ceiling. It must control the blast door.
I'd argue that Harry isn't really a joke. He can be one, but ultimately he's just kind of tragic. You're right. We opened the big one.
I think there's a console just southeast. Let's look around. Getting the blast door open seems like the best plan.
Must have taken a direct hit to take out such a huge chunk. A firing slit, you can see inside. Can't see inside, excuse me. The reeds sway strangely. No, it's nothing. Oh my god. I need to is it where is it? Pretty much Malik.
A strange feeling, looking at the water. Maybe you should just wander off into the sea. Leave it all, and walk in.
Why?
Perhaps there's someone there, under the water, waiting for you, in front of the video rental, on the corner, at the crossing, smelling of tutti frutti and betrayal. Maybe you know it's going to hurt.
But it's cold.
Yes, cold and still. But love is warm, like the inside of her mouth.
No.
Yes, 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 yes.
No.
We're not starting with that. Not now. Not this time. This thought is over.
If there's anything to take away from it, it's Harry. Harry is essentially, at his core, not a terrible person, just...
In the still mirror of the bay, you see Martinez, reflected. Tall edifices of ruins reach into the water, like shimmering towers. And the shacks too. Pine trees and motor lorries, upside down.
Good at what he did, and seemed to be good enough that he didn't need to kill much from the looks of it, given his massive record as well as his only 3 kills.
Islets and posts, like stepping stones, lead into the water in front of you. Go.
Sometimes the camera does that, and I don't know why. Shut up, Anahito. Okay, fuck you. If nothing else, Harry seemed respectable. He was just...
Green paint
a mess.
flicks off the monoblock aluminium cabinet. There are rows of switches on the front panel, a frequency band, and even a keyboard.
Unfortunately, some people handle depression better than others, but it's never good. What is this then?
The console of an anti-computation device. The generator upstairs, with wires coming out, determine it here.
Well, let's turn on.
I think, yes. Let's see. That one. The emergency open.
Emergency open.
The blast door opens with a series of clicks. A shaft of light appears, then widens as the light shines in.
Good thing that I kept that gas canister since, like, stream 3. I think that's when I got the jerry can.
After you.
What if we get into another fight?
Don't worry. I have a gun.
Harry, this reminds you, you're out of bullets.
My gun is out of bullets, by the way.
Then it's extra good that mine is not.
What's there?
I don't know.
A thin wisp of smoke rises from a charred black fire pit. The wind picks up, then dies down again.
Well, we're gonna hang out here for a second. I will be right back. Well, chat, I'm back. Now it's time for just another day in Elysium. Walk slow, it might be dangerous. Small white flowers blossom all around you. Would that be the Insulindian lily? A rubber dinghy, it's deflated and broken. Oh, I guess we'll go talk to him. Also, hello, Ollie. Hey, pal.
An old man wearing tracksuit trousers leans on the frame stock of his rifle. He gathers a big ball of spit in his mouth.
What do you mean, Shrike?
Then spits it out into the extinguished fire before him. He raises his black eyes, hooded by creased eyelids, to meet yours. Unclouded by cataracts, his eyesight is sharp. He's practically tearing up from spite. Hatred got the best of him a long time ago. This man hates everything.
Are you the fire guy?
The what now?
Did you recently tell
I can't hear you.
Did you recently tell two kids to put out their fire, two twins?
I may have. All sorts of little rats have come sniffing around, trying to give up the position.
The position? Sounds like a hiding place.
Fire guy. Regressive bourgeoisie henchman. Can't even talk like a grown-up.
So you retained your...
My eyesight? Yes. Helps me see all the shit.
Did you close the blast door?
I did. And you opened it. How?
Oh, I feel the generator.
I should have burned that console down.
How did you know I was coming?
Reactionary rock and roll music. Playing on the water.
Told you we shouldn't play sad FM.
But it wasn't rock and roll, it was sad FM.
Sad FM, huh? I always hated that station. Phlegmatic, counter-revolutionary dirges. Sadness is a mental illness. A weapon of the bourgeoisie. The fascists were right about rock and roll. It is degenerate. Hip gyrating, mental illness music.
Nice gun you got there.
It's not nice. It's a piece of shit. But it gets the job done.
Is that a Bell Margrave? McGrave?
It's a Triangong 446.
A Samurai rifle. How did you get hold of one?
It was sent to us by our brothers in the Signal Commune. Military aid.
It has stayed true to him. He can still make it sing.
The commune.
You heard me. It's good now. Like chalk wiped from the board.
Your weapon has stayed true to you, mine has stayed true to me too.
Yes. I bet you've killed a lot of people with it. You fascist fuck. Have you come to make me one of them?
His right eye twitches. With what? Fear? Rage?
We have come to ask you questions, nothing more. If you do not comply, we will take you in. Do you understand?
Hey, Carmine, we are finishing the game. So, should we let him keep the gun or not? Okay, I'm at the place you can keep the gun, but keep it down.
No. Put it down now, sir.
Or you're gonna blow my brains out before you question me. To hell with it. It's a walking stick anyway. It's out of bullets.
Like an amputated limb in the sand.
What have you been using the gun for?
No reply. His leg twitches strangely, like a puppet on a string. There's something off. You feel it. This was the right question. You went in too fast. Over-eager.
Who are you?
My name is Josef Lilianovich Dross, Political Commissar of the 114th Anti-Aircraft Division of the 4th Army of the Commune of Revachol. I am a deserter, a partisan, and a prisoner of war. This is my termless surrender.
The Commune of Revachol? Do you mean the ICM? You're a holdover from the...
From the Insular Indian Citizens Militia, the army of the revolution. I was recruited in Jamrock in 07, trained in the École de Contrôle Orient, and consigned to emergency defense duties in 08. I left my unit on the eve of the landing. When I returned here on May 14th, the commune had fallen. Still armed and ideologically trained, I wrote a criticism of myself and resumed partisan duties.
How long have you been on this island?
43 years. No. I've been on other islands too. I was an Resurrection until they turned it into a spa in 18. Then I was an E-48, a nameless sound, until the sea washed over it. Then I came back here. That was 22 years ago.
Yeah, you've been hiding here for 43 years?
"43 years and 10 months.
Steadfast.
It's not how a human being should live. But I had to. I couldn't just forget. I couldn't just forget what I saw.
He just couldn't.
You couldn't give up.
He nods, but he can now.
What have you been doing during all this time?
Hiding, fishing, waiting.
Where the afternoon grows late, on Rue de Saint-Ghislain, people walk home. Street lights will soon be lit. Further inland, the streets are alive with workers, men, women, children, street hawks and migrant laborers. The temperature is steady. Alto cumulus clouds form above Precinct 41. 2 police officers step out of the Whirling in Rags cafeteria. Satellite officer Jean-Vic Mayer inspects a series of burnt black letters splashed across the plaza mosaic. Patrol officer Judith Minot points west. The fishing village. She glances at her watch. We meet in 15 minutes. It's a 10-minute walk. The officers go, leaving behind the writing. still smoldering. One day, it says, I will return to your side.
Always waiting.
For what?
For her to return.
Her who?
Girl child. Revolution.
Girl child revolution?
Always.
Okay, so we got some choices here. You should better come. I too have given my life to Mazovian socioeconomics.
A waste. The material base for an uprising has eroded. The working class has betrayed mankind and themselves. The historic opportunity for a revolution has passed. It will not come back anymore, however hard I try, whatever I do.
Said you deserted your unit.
I was just 16 years old. 15 when I volunteered. I had a lapse of faith. And of courage,
A lapse of faith, you say?
You could say I misunderstood the historic role of the proletariat and thought Mazovian socioeconomics were fallible. For a second, I doubted the irreducible laws of historic materialism. A second is all it took.
For what?
For reaction to take hold.
I know we're communists, and this is amazing. It's... Yes, we all have a tiny bourgeois person waiting to run away. But ultimately, it wasn't reaction, you were just afraid.
It's the same thing. You haven't seen it. Not really. Not naked. It's impossible not to be afraid.
And this was when?
May the 13th, 08. 44 years ago. The horizon was black with coalition airships. Their petroleum rose to the sky, and it looked like it formed the clouds. Storm clouds. When they started shelling, it was dark magic.
Dark magic?
The combined might of international capital. All at once, all the greed and terror in the world tore into Revachol. It lifted streets from the ground and turned houses into ghosts. We were in the flak tower, huddled on the floor. The artillery was 80 kilometers away in Ozon, but I knew the commune would fall. We would all be turned into ash. So I said I was going to the map room.
A terrible shame still within him. The lobes of his ears are red with it. The shame and smallness of what he became.
You didn't go to the map room?
No. I climbed the chain link across the water and hid inland, in the bunkers there, like the weakest of the weak. A mouse, frightened of the ordnance all night, and the sound of the rotors in the morning, whirring.
What was that?
Airships. I climbed out into hell. The landing was complete. The chain was submerged. I had to swim back. The fortress was half submerged too, shattered. They'd all drowned in the lower levels, or got torn to shreds above. The anti-aircraft gun had malfunctioned. So had I. I left them without ideological direction. It was real. I'd seen it. I'd seen it in reality.
Seen what?
The mask of humanity fall from capital. It has to take it off to kill everyone, everything you love. All the hope and tenderness in the world. It has to take it off just for 1 second to do the deed. And then you see it, as it strangles and beats your friends to death. The sweetest, most courageous people in the world. You see the fear and power in its eyes.
What?
Then that the bourgeois are not human.
I've always suspected the same. And now let's let him finish.
I had to. I had to fight it. I had to never stop.
What is this place, this island?
It's not an island, Dwat. It's a defensive fortification of the commune of Revachol. And I am its last surviving defender.
What was it used for?
The congenitally deformed King Philip II built it to restrict access to the Bay of Revachol. We captured it in '02, retrofitted the fort with an AA gun to defend against an airborne landing. Against the whole world.
You mean the landing, the retaking of Revachol?
Coalition military called it Operation Deathblow. I later found out on the radio they called it Deathblow. You're one of them. Tell me, who speaks like that? We had 50 million people on Caillou alone.
Murderers, I know what you mean.
You don't know. You haven't seen it. Iblis, the black-eyed angel.
Yep, back off. Sorry, I'm busy fighting my cat. How have you survived all this time?
How does anyone survive? I steal. Supplies, vegetables. I collect rainwater. It's the life of a dog, not a human being.
How is your health, Mr. Dross?
I've been throwing up blood since winter. Red, like beetroot. Been passing it in stew, too.
The RCM can provide medical services. You need to be looked over.
I need to die. You don't have medical facilities. You have guns. That's all they give you. Toy guns.
Sir, this is very serious.
There's nothing to look over. The triage is in, and it's black. Administer morphine. Moribund.
Have you coped mentally? Poorly, obviously, but we're asking anyway.
I haven't. I have holes in my brain. Years missing. Others filled with pain only. A decade of... I don't even know what. Inferno?
I also have holes in my brain. But I want to hear what the lieutenant says.
I would imagine it gets tremendously difficult, mentally, to live in isolation.
Traitors. It's better alone. I watch the people of this city turn the lights back on, more and more each year. Ruins, glimmering in the dark, like a fucking merry-go-round. It's disgusting.
Are they not heartbroken? How could they have moved on?
Yeah, your buddy here, not handling PTSD well, which, I mean, really, who does? But also, isolation wrecks a person. This man's lived in total isolation for 43 years. Horrifying. And now, after basically huffing his own farts for 43 years, doesn't like that the world's moved on. I'm not saying it's moved on for the better or for the worse, but it has moved on. Have you concealed yourself all these years?
It was hard in the Thames. I didn't have partisan training. They were searching for stragglers, those bloodhounds. Floodlights on the water at night.
I mean, yes, Hunter stuff. He is profoundly bitter.
There were posters, campaigns.
We communards still hoped, and they needed to snuff that hope out. The East capitulated. Martinez and Cold City were turned to dust. But Jamrock, Forburg, even Coron, and Boogie Street, of course, those fucking kips had Marsov coursing through their veins. And others too. Some cordons of Revachol was still fighting. There were cells. I tried to contact them. Soon they all went silent. The frequencies dead.
How did you get between here and the mainland?
At night, I used a dinghy. I only went after dark then. When I got to the city, I stayed underground. Patrols, you lot, the commons too. They'd started snitching.
In the city, you move underground?
From bunker to bunker. Not anymore. No one cares now. I don't even have to hide. They think I'm another antisocial vagrant. I could walk straight into that town if I wanted.
Why don't you?
I don't want to. They're all traitors. Pigs, rabbits, and dogs. Men without ideals are only animals.
He does not want to see life moving on. People forgetting, drinking, laughing.
Once again, just incredibly bitter because he was just changed now, 43 years down the line. What would it have all been for? The only things this man has left now are ruined fort and ideals.
So you finally found it. There must have been a small squadron's worth of arms in there. Elmer Graves, right?
They were?
Useless now. Rusted away.
So you've been there?
Sleeping. Some nights. Ammo scrounging on others. Those McGraves were shit, even before they corroded. Some had bullets in the chamber, however.
There's a small bunker under the Feld building. Have you stayed there?
The propaganda bunker. I used to, but not anymore.
Propaganda bunker?
They stored leaflets there. Broadcasting equipment, too. Made broadcasts, I think. Propaganda officers. I buried them with their leaflets. They killed themselves. 2 young boys.
They killed themselves.
A lot of our boys did. I spent some winters there. Never liked it. Kept thinking of them. No need to go underground anymore. It's better in the ruins, on the ground.
Oh yeah, do you like my hat? I got it from them. Tell me another thing.
The old man looks across the water, at the city, the ruins, the motorways rising above it.
Said this is your termless surrender.
You're with the RCM, the coalition-appointed mob
Haha.
that enforces bourgeois morals in
That's what I
Revachol.
thought. We're with the RCM. Let's just leave it at that. No need to rub it in or try to pretend we're something else.
Let's. You represent the Moralist International, the enemies of humanity who took this city. I represent their adversary, le Parti Communiste dans ce monde. Take me to them as a prisoner of war. I have relinquished my weapon. I can no longer serve. No superiors can relieve me of my duty. You bulldoze them all to a mass grave for trying to free humanity.
A spray of blood from his mouth on the black charcoal in the fire pit.
So you're communist soldier from the Communist Army.
No, I am not a soldier. I am an ideological officer. I belong to the party, not the army.
You said you were trained and assigned to the Defense Corps.
Trained in historical materialism, then assigned as a political commissar by the party. These things used to mean something.
Wait, what does a political commissar do?
The old man does not answer. He tilts his silver head and looks at the reeds. You see a small tremor pass through his legs.
His job was to assure the army answers to civilian control and follows the ideology of the Commune.
Scientific communism. A commissaire politique is a night philosopher of the revolution, a future human.
Awakened from shutdown by the promise of ideology, he was like a cleric, a shepherd.
You're like a priest.
No, the opposite of that. A future human, not a human of the past.
That means you're a trained communist, right?
He nods slowly, then another tremor.
I'm also a communist.
No, you're not.
No, I really am a
You're
communist.
A liberast.
I have communist thoughts in my head.
All the real communists are dead. They died fighting for communism. Are you dead? No. You're an inert lumpen with a gun.
Detective, we have not come here to discuss ideology. We have come to ask questions regarding a murder investigation.
The old man spits into the fire pit. He does not say anything more. A jitter passes his lower body. The expression on his face is unreadable. There's some sort of interference there. Neurological.
Ooh. I have another serious question for you.
There's nothing serious in this world. It's a farce.
One more time. Pick up the gun.
His gaze follows your motions. The rifle feels surprisingly light in your hand. Frame stocked and patched in places with tape and wire. The rifle's in a shabby state, like a crutch that's seen too much travel. Hieroglyphs are embossed into the forearm, made of walnut. On the butt, you see Vespertine writing, burnt into the wood. Triangong, 4.46mm, made in Sinyao.
She uses jacketed ammunition, 4.46.
The right type and the right calibre.
He's liking this.
As he said, it's a Triangong made in Sinyao.
No one said it has to be a Belmagrave. We were just guessing.
From ballistics, it could easily have been a Triangong, too.
It doesn't matter if it was made in Shanti Shanti. All it has to do is use jacketed ammunition. And it does.
Well, let's stow it.
The old man keeps following your motion with his gaze. His right arm twitches suddenly. This looked very much like the murder weapon. It could be used against him to get a confession. In time. What strikes you about this gaunt man is not the stomach pain, or the cough, or the malnutrition. For a man who's spent 44 years hidden in the urban wild.
He's surprisingly okay.
Indeed. He speaks fluidly. His movements are rapid, if erratic. His voice, despite the cough, is there. It is capable of expressing complicated ideas. Above all, he seems animated.
Animated by what?
It's a mystery. This animation comes at a cost too. Erratic hand gestures. Thought processes cut off like threads as he just
He's
stares
burning
at the legs
out.
or the reeds. He also suffers mood swings, bubbling to the surface, unconstrained by his nervous system. Great leaps of emotion. From anger to grief, despair.
Dementia?
You've seen demented people before. This feels similar, yet different. When his thoughts move, they are lucid, keen even, not senile.
Mr. Dross, are you okay? How's your memory?
No, I'm not okay. I shit blood, and I'm surrounded by insane people.
There it is again. Erratic hand motions, bouts of rage, and the stomach thing too, of course.
One more time. What have you used the gun for?
What have I used it for? I've used it for killing people.
Killing people?
It's a gun. That's what they're for. You want a moralist euphemism? Defending your family and your property. I haven't done that.
I know guns are for killing people, but why?
I've used it to kill people.
But why?
Interesting. During or after the war?
There is no after the war. Class war is never over.
This is it. You can feel it, like battery acid on the tip of your tongue. Something you haven't felt in a while. But this is what you live for. This is the shit. The great serotonin jackpot. Go in straight. No euphemisms. He doesn't like those. No. Be careful now. Slow and steady does it. Make him repeat it first. Don't mess this up. Remember, he wants to tell you. Get personal.
Let's see. Which one do I say then? So you're saying you killed people after active fighting stopped?
What did I just say?
What did I just tell you? Don't drop the ball now.
I want you to tell me, have you killed anyone with that gun in the last week or two?
I don't want to tell you anything, you grotesque murderer.
And why did you think that was a good idea?
Wait, so which one do I say
Don't
then?
listen. Nothing comes to you. Silent, and in them, a chill, like electricity running up your spine, crawling into your skull.
What?
All is not as it seems.
Detective.
Damn it. Ask it already, he wants to say.
Did you use that gun to shoot and kill the mercenary on the coast?
The who now?
He heard you. He just wants to hear you say it. You're in.
The fascist death squad who took a bullet in the mouth on the night of March 4th.
Oh yes, that one. Ugly piece of work, that boy.
Did you kill him?
I am a son of a welder and an officer of the commune of Revachol. I do not collaborate with murderers and pederasts of the liberal regime.
A drop of blood in the saliva. The gun. The murder weapon is the perfect opener. The scent of blood in the air. But what else? There was something you can't remember.
I really hate that the vibes at the start were right. Communism did kill him. Come on, what am I forgetting?
Wait, here it comes. The goddamn Maybells. The dried Maybells on Clausia's roof.
Oh yeah!
There were Maybells in the grass when you got here. They're revolutionary symbols from the war. Nowhere else, nowhere in all of Martinaise have you seen them this spring. Wait, don't forget the footprints. The diagonal prints in the dust in the secret space behind Clausia's bedroom. Now, they're gonna come up.
Of course, thank you, Head, thank you.
You got it. Remember, the boot prints were like no modern soul. Nothing else comes up. You see the lieutenant watch you try to stimulate thought processes by hitting yourself. I'm sorry, this didn't do anything. Usually hurting yourself does.
Officer, a word?
Excuses for a moment, Mr. Dross.
I think we may have this.
Do you think he did it?
From nothing to this in a day. This is good, Lieutenant Gefreiter. We just need a confession first, and then maybe a solid motive later.
Slapping him to get my
I
good
can
ideas.
see that, yes. I'm not judging.
Trying to get him to confess.
Yes, good going. That should be our first priority.
How do you think the questioning is going?
Good. We are doing very good. He wants to confess, I can see that. We just need to pile it on a little more. The more we have on him, the closer he is.
What am I missing? What haven't I done?
Ballistics. Let him cook here for a minute or two. We can have another look around the island for a sniper's nest. I think we should check out the post.
Okay.
Remember, he wants to tell us, but he doesn't want to help us. It needs to look like we already have everything.
There is palpable excitement in his tone. He likes him for this. A lot. But there's something more, too.
Trying to make sure my saves work. I don't know why it broke. So, we went over before where the possible sniper's nest might be. I'm just trying to figure out how to get there. I don't know. Kim is judging, but I feel like he's judging much more kindly than he should. And I appreciate him for that. Like, say what you will about Kim, but he was willing to essentially help us come back from utter oblivion while at the same time taking us seriously the whole time. Like, yes, there are times when he doesn't necessarily like or approve of what we do, but ultimately he has been trying to help, which is something nobody else has really done. Outside of a few people. Like, honestly, if it weren't for him, we would pretty much be shit out of luck.
There's a rain-soaked mattress on a concrete slab, only half covered by the crumbling roof.
Pretty much Black Jacket.
Double embrasures, firing slits like two eyes in the wall.
He's the closest thing to a friend that we have.
This looks like a good place to aim from.
Let's inspect the mattress.
A single-person mattress, modern, civilian use. Brand name, Marjorie. There's a fuel stain on the cover, along with cigarette burns, and an empty can of beans on the ground next to it, filled to the brim with cigarette butts.
Pick one out of the can.
The silhouette of a tobacco picker adorns the paper filter.
Oh good, he's got lung cancer.
Tio Mortieri.
Our shooter's a heavy smoker.
Noted.
Planes. Inspect the wall.
There's a firing slit in the wall in front of you, like a little window.
Touch the concrete first. He would strike, and he almost did.
Quite old and grimy from years without cleaning by anything other than the rain.
Look through the hole in the concrete.
The springs screech as you lean on the mattress and crane your neck to look out. Trepidation. A tingling feeling in your stomach. A small piece of Martinez coastline opens up in the square in front of you, like a tiny landscape painting. 1 kilometer across the water. The ruins look familiar.
On the left?
A towering skyscraper, its top floors shaved off by artillery fire. Capeside apartments. Rue de Saint-Ghislain, 33A and 33B.
On the right?
The red chimney and collapsed back of the 4-story tenement in front of the whirling in rags. Rue de Saint-Ghislain, 10. The doomed commercial area.
In between the two,
the box-shaped silhouette of the whirling in rags. Its sloped roof, a tiny fleck of light catches your eye on the rooftop, sunlight reflecting off the upstairs window of Clausia's room.
Motherfucker!
What does that mean? Do you have line of sight to the window?
More than that.
Kim, with a pair of binoculars, I would probably be able to see inside of the room.
A pair of binoculars? Or a scope of a rifle? You'd be prone, lying on a mattress, barrel resting on the embrasure.
Cheek against the cheek rest, hand on the hair trigger, on a calm day like this.
Kim, I could make it. I could make the shot.
Good. I think we have it, Detective. The origin of the shot. This is the sniper's nest.
Booyah! Master cop work!
It's only moderately effective cop work until we have the weapon. It will not be, how do you say it, booyah, until we have that.
There's a rain-soaked...
This looks like a good place to...
The springs trepidation. A small piece of Martinez coastline.
Got it, okay. Okay. I mean, it was just showing line of sight. Also, we currently have our, Water rushes below, far down below. I am now going to start saving religiously. Everything is not as it seems. What does that mean? It's the one thing I don't know yet.
Minions of capital. What do you want?
One more time, Mr. Dross, the Colonel. We need to talk to you about killing him.
Petty bourgeois law.
A drop of blood in the saliva.
There are Maybells behind the window.
Damn Maybells. The whole island is turning white with them.
I mean, okay, Anohito, I was always bad, but now I'm saving every 2 feet.
He seems tender suddenly, nostalgic even. A strange mood swing.
So many this year too? The spring is coming. No, it's already here. Wash the filth away.
I haven't seen these flowers anywhere else in Martinez, only here.
They blossom on the islets before. We fertilize them with our blood. Resurrection was snow white in May, before they ruined it.
South, the Bay of Martinez is dotted with little freckles of islets, turning green, with white flowers in white snow.
The coast, too, before they piled their containers on top of it, filled with broken, useless trash for fat-fingered bourgeois children to play with.
Anohito, you need to understand, I cut my teeth on Sierra games as a kid.
You must get around a lot to stay undetected all these years. Do you know any secret paths? Pinball workshops?
I may.
A woman called Clausia, ring any bells? These dried flowers were found behind her window.
Clausia.
You know her, right? She had intimate relations with the victim, the mercenary.
With the victim?
There is a small tremble. Looks like a smile. A crooked smile. Yet isn't quite voluntary. He's about to burst.
I wonder what brand of boots you're wearing.
Everything is brands with you individualists. Who cares what brand my shoes are? Sansa? Some shit.
Show me the soles, please, Mr. Drop.
Fucking imbecile.
The maker is Sensorique. The model is Cordobe, and the size is 43. These are not the unusual horizontal pattern soles you saw in the dust on the floor of the hidden room. They do, however, seem to be about the same size.
The size fits, but not the sole.
Please, chat, please help me. Maybe it's simpler than that.
Simpler?
Goddamn footprints everywhere, I hate them.
The lieutenant raises his brow. What are you doing? He's thinking. We almost got him here.
Because my numbers
Not
fucked
now.
me.
Stop yourself.
People change shoes, Detective. It was you. You were there, weren't you? Crawling and whirling in rags. What were you doing? Some kind of reconnaissance? Preparing the scene? Listening in on her?
Yeah, same, Carmine. It's like my one real issue with this
Trying
game.
to rack your brains. You're desperate to report
As
something
someone
back to your masters.
who's continually fucked by the
They
numbers.
must have really loved that dead fuck.
The old man stares at his own prints in the ash around the fire. Silence suddenly, some strange process within him. A gush of wind. Seagulls in the distance.
He'd done ballistics. The shot came from this island.
I saw you poking around there, looking for evidence. You're damn diligent when it comes to dead fascies. Did you like the view?
You had direct visibility. There are embrasures in the concrete, specifically meant for a top follower to use. And you had a long-range rifle in your possession. You've been here a long time, Mr. Dross. Too long. You need medical aid.
I'm ready to die. I've done my part.
It's the best uninterrupted line of sight into that window in all Martinez.
Because it's a sniper's nest, you stupid fuck. Radio Gosh is right. You have worms in your brain.
Leave no stone unturned. Get him on what matters most.
I don't need your cooperation. I've got this.
Not a lot of guns around that use military-grade ammunition, are there?
It's a real gun. Not like your little musketeer pistols. I've seen you prance around with those. Jumping hoops for the liberals. You look like imbeciles. Why don't you ask them to give you real weapons? Going against automatic rifles with these toy guns. Of course you got those boys killed.
Damn, he saw you. He's watched it happen. So he saw you. Okay. So what? Don't let it divert you.
I'm changing the subject. We have the murder weapon.
You know what? You're right. I'm convinced this made the shot. Should we call it?
Think we have the murder weapon?
4.46 jacketed ammunition, modified for range. We have it. This is it.
Calling it. We have the murder weapon.
Good. This feels good, doesn't it? Tearing things up like this. When you have the murder weapon, you have the killer.
Murder.
Like a marionette on some invisible string.
You know who he was. A coalition-trained murderer. Armored and armed. He wasn't human. The blunt end of a hammer. Dripping with blood.
God, I need your advice. I mean, he was a soldier too. He was a man.
Beating us to the ground. Moaning with joy. You hounds get so thorough when a company-trained killer dies. I haven't seen you on this coast for 40 years.
There we go.
You know, maybe I should have killed one sooner. Got your attention. Now you stop beating druggies and prostitutes in your basement. Now you come to investigate. Not when they die by the hundreds.
So you shot him.
Oh, the inhumanity. One paramilitary less in Revachol.
The lieutenant raises his right arm to hush you. Hush. He does not need to be pushed anymore. The ball is rolling, while the lieutenant listens, holding his breath.
I had them in my sights. Both of them. Him and the whore. I was breathing with them, in phase, and I pulled the trigger and flew on the air until I landed in his mouth. I didn't think I had a shot like that in me anymore. I did. I saw him kneel there with his mouth full of death, and that stupid look on his face. And his dick still in her.
Then what?
Nothing. I went to sleep. Next morning there were Maybells everywhere. The world was white, or what's left of it anyway. My last spring here. I knew the fascists would come to avenge their own, and so they did.
Mr. Dross, are you aware you're confessing to murder?
Yes.
And you were looking at Dan, the victim and a young woman, having sex, through the scope of your rifle that night, before you shot him?
The old man nods.
Why?
Because that's what they were doing.
I don't understand. Do you, detective? I don't understand this part.
Why were you looking at them at night?
I'm always looking.
Are you always looking through the scope of a rifle? I'm just trying to understand.
A rifle scope has the best magnification.
And if you don't like it?
Click.
You pull the trigger.
Yes. Think of it as a form of critique.
What specifically did you not like about what you saw the night of the murder?
Them fucking. I didn't like that.
So you were jealous?
Jealousy is a reactionary concept. I didn't like the Reaver enjoying himself, drugged out, soothed in the arms of a young woman. I wanted him to die so he could not enjoy
Pure
life anymore.
Seething bitterness.
And I wanted to see his head explode. That too. She should know better than to hold a child murderer between her thighs. I knew he'd be there for one more second. Writhing.
What do you mean you knew?
That's all it takes for the bullet to reach his head. Now that I think of it, I wasn't aiming for his mouth. I wanted his brains to spill out on her. But you can't have everything.
This man has seen past her, like you did.
How long have you been watching her?
Since she came to Martinez. I saw her sneaking in the reeds early in the morning, behind the Fell building. It was dark, still winter. She didn't have her skimpy outfit on then, just a spot in the night, moving.
Past the Fell building on the coast? What was she doing there?
Hiding something in the water. She had a fag after she'd done it. I was up in the ruins there. She couldn't see me, but I could see her.
What do you think she hid there?
She was her passport and tickets to Villiers. And from there to Cachet Brut.
Some kind of hidden container on the coast. You looked into it?
Yes, after she'd gone. It was a submersible. Well made, actually.
Sloppy. We should have gotten her to tell us about this. Did you take the documents?
So we knew that existed, though.
No. I put them back. Why would I take them? I'm not going to phone. Oh, I mean...
Moving on, did you continue watching her after this?
I did. She had a face like an archipelago, with those birthmarks. And a body, hard and lean and bruised all over. Black and yellow. I could see she's taken a beating. I could see who she was, too. A spook. On the run. Revishal's the cloaca of capital now. All the bagmen and arms dealers end up here to do drugs and have sex like animals.
You could tell she was a spook from the documents?
She had different color hair on the photo, and glasses. Forged. Some sordid bourgeois affair. I've heard about this kind of thing on the radio.
How did you see all this? The bruises that she was beaten?
I'm not blind, am I?
Well, let's try it.
It quickly comes to you.
The bruises on her body. Any chance you've seen them through a hole in the wall?
Oh, yes. Cutting those drugs of hers into little lines with a knife. Masturbating.
Did you make that hole?
With a clip-point knife.
Good for listening in, too. For hearing the moaning and the snorts.
Ever see her through a window on a roof?
Like that, too. Yes. Bending like a bow against the glass.
You've been through the secret route behind the whirling in rags. Those were your footprints there. You changed your shoes.
I've been through all of Martinez. Every nook and cranny.
And that too.
Yes, that too. The things they did in that little room. What she'd do to feel good. Funny the way light works. You turn it on inside, and it gets so dark out, you can't see a man looking in. I learned that in the 20s, when they were still hunting me. I've seen people do some shit, but...
You hear the familiar scribble of the lieutenant's pen. A quick glance at you. One more loose end down. We're doing this, detective.
How did you get in there? The hidden pinball workshop.
I can just walk in there now after a good wash. I told you, they think I'm an antisocial. Closing hour is a good time. The kitchen's empty.
You had to open the steel door in the kitchen? How?
I got that open a long time ago. Some bourgeois game merchant lived there. I don't know.
I feel like you could make a drinking game out of every time he says bourgeois, but then you would also probably die.
I took one. Then I saw her turn the light on one night in my scope.
Andy found use for it. A spare key, like the one hanging behind the Union Box window.
Did you have feelings for that woman?
There's nothing to hold on to. Only this. It's...
The coals of his eyes glisten suddenly, like stones dripping with water. Is he crying?
Man needs to feel something else. In this fight, it helps if you have your eye on something there. It's weakness, I know.
Is that why you left the dried flowers behind her window?
No.
Why then?
I don't really know. I was there one night and she was crying, like a child, in the corner of her room on the floor, like she does sometimes.
When was this?
The day after I killed him.
And you brought her Maybells?
Yes. I don't know why I do the things I do anymore.
It's as if something put the thought there, to leave the flowers.
Something put the thought in you, a compulsion.
What do you mean, put?
A brief flash of terror.
I just, got this feeling from what you said. Do you agree?
Maybe. I told you, I have holes in my brain now. I wouldn't just sit here waiting for you.
I'm telling you, Anohito, you would fucking die.
If you came 10 years ago, I would have killed you.
In the silence, the lieutenant draws a line in his notes, then nods at you once more. One more down.
So in conclusion, it wasn't about him, it was about her.
Her.
The lieutenant nods at you in acknowledgement. That's it. Motive. We have it.
Where is she, that Clasier? I haven't seen her there for days.
She got away, but she let us here first. She figured out someone was watching from the Seafort.
I knew it. She kept staring into the scope this last week, at the island, like she knew. She'd look, at night, crying or smoking on the roof, staring right into me. It doesn't matter.
Midtown, across the Bay of Revachol, the oceanic wind washes 40-story towers. Above them, Lausanne's central aerodrome, a cocoon suspended in the sky by a web of suspension wiring, encircled by hybrid aircraft.
Look north.
On the platform, a young woman is withdrawing from amphetamines, barbiturates, and alcohol. Yet still, she smiles among the crowd, among the great ghosts of the city she's leaving, for another, far south, smaller, distant, hidden, not like the great chandelier she sees sparkle in the night below her. Streetlights, towers, tenements, and water, and across it, a dark strip of ruins, barely visible if she didn't squint her eyes. There, on a dilapidated jetty, in a nameless village, 2 police officers and 1 special consultant look across a narrow strip of sea. The ruins of a seafort stick out of the water, built by Philippe II, reappropriated by the Commune, then lost in the landing. He's there, doing what exactly, I don't know. Satellite Officer Vic Mayer points at the ruins. Behind that anti-aircraft something. That's why we can't see him. Special Consultant Heidelstam is optimistic. We'll see the boat when he comes. Let's go get a coffee until then. I know this interesting little place where, as the men go, Patrol Officer Minnow looks back over her shoulder at the crumbling fortification like a rotten tooth rising out of the water. Good luck, Harry, she thinks. You need something good for this.
We could get more. We've got him talking.
Been looking at anything else you haven't liked?
A tragic comedy. Druggies, prostitutes, and rentiers.
A strange little engine seems to fire up in him again. It straightens his back.
More specifically?
Specifically, the whole city is a charnel house. Stripped clean and draped in neon. But Martinez is the worst. Because of the racists, everyone is a racist in Martinez. It's their favorite thing to do in the whole world. Listening to race-themed radio shows. In the ruins, in their lorries. Pumped full of steroids and Radio Revachol 92. Race this, race that. It's all sanctioned by that Social Democratic Union and the farce of a Social Democrat who runs it.
Mr. Clare?
Yes, the fly larva in his container. He let some nihilistic advertising yuppies erect a statue of Philippe III, a syphilitic murderer, on the town square, to spit on the working class.
Let's not interrupt him.
Not since the serfs of ancient Pericarnassus has history produced a more inert social class than the Martinez proletariat. The rest of Revachol at least pretends to rebuild. These people still live in ruins. In tents, like animals, like those boom-boom morons on the ice. A pity they didn't drown in that tent of theirs. The worst of them is the blood-drenched Sucrion on her yacht, licking her lips. The old whore's gone now. Her gun-toting porcelain men are dead. So, actually, no. The worst is that old cock parading around in his uniform, throwing balls all day. It's not enough that the racists and liberals are dancing on our graves. The old loyalist ghouls still parade the ruins too. Every morning he's there, while the parasites he fought to protect are off in Ozon, or Quayamoran, or some other island they built their palaces on, feeding on drugs and having sex with their own children. That's all the rich really want. sex with their own children. Throughout history, even the royal bloodline of the suzerain, it's all just an excuse for them to have sordid sex. At least that old cunt, Frisell, is now dead. We did good when we pushed him under that horse car. If only, in the 30s, those disco whores...
The disco whores are too much. Hatred shuts down his brain's language center, leaving only a nonsensical sputter. Ask about that cock on parade, too. Make sure you get everything here.
By the cock parading in his colorful uniform, you mean Renee?
Every fucking morning for 34 years. Throwing that ball. One ball against the other. I've always loathed that game. That is not a working class game.
No,
I
this
don't care
is
what
petty.
they say on Radio June. Royalist ghouls played like it was life itself. Click, clack across the water each day. And that uniform, like a parrot plumage. I won't even mention that he's a traitor to his race. A Patank maniac race
God.
traitor.
Stop fighting me. I'm currently playing footsie with my cat. Just nod. Let's let him keep talking.
I remember him from La Noce. Not him, personally. His make and model. There were tens of thousands of them. I thought we took them all out before the Liberals came to their rescue. We missed that one.
There doesn't seem to be a single person under the pine today. Not even Gaston. Alone.
We'll just nod and let him keep talking.
Fat and plump, like a pheasant, just begging to be popped off. Please, Mr. Dross, shoot me.
You'd like to kill him?
Not yet. I like to look at him strut around, place the crosshair on his medals, right on his face, and just fiddle the trigger. Think about it. Let the bomb melt in my mouth.
Save the treat for later?
He is a juicy bonbon, that one. A real treat for the black day. The blackest. When I put that gun in my own mouth, I think. No, don't waste it. Put this lead in that cock, Renee. For the boys he killed. And then I look at him throw those balls, and I suddenly feel...
What a weird drive, but I guess it's what kept him going.
better. I even hid one bullet, so I'd always have one for him. Haven't seen him around lately, strutting around. Must be down with arthritis. I hope it hurts like hell. I hope he sweats blood.
He's dead. He died of old age.
No.
Yes.
I waited too long. I waited too long and now he's dead?
I'm sorry, Mr. Dross. I understand you knew him for a long time.
They're all dead now. Fuck it.
Cared about him?
All human beings care about each other. I cared for seeing his head explode. And now, God damn this one.
I mean...
He reminded him of himself. The same hatred. The same. You try to think of something else, but no. It's just hatred.
We are Shrike, but yes, he'd been... It's not surprising he'd grow attached, given how long he'd been entertaining this idea. Are you okay, Mr. Dross, to go on? Or, I'm sorry.
Fuck you.
Ready to go on?
You think I haven't seen people die? It's all I've seen them do. Fuck and die. All the other plans we had. To love, to colonize the Pale. It's all fucked.
He's not okay. This is just another black day in a row of black days. Something strange is keeping him together, making him endure.
Disco whores?
I don't even care about those whores anymore. Get it over with. Take me in.
So you mentioned Claire.
I don't want to talk about goddamn social democrats. Traitors is all they are. Brain dead.
Renee still presses on his mind.
Glad we talked about this.
Glad we talked about what?
Hey, we broke him. We broke the man. But there's still something lingering in the back of my mind. Which was not everything is as it seems. What was the Shivers trying to tell me? I'm not sure off the top of my head. Because, like, it sounds like we got him dead to rights, but just, what was the Shivers talking about? Tell me more about the people you don't like.
His lip curls into a snip.
Glad we talked about what? I ain't going anywhere.
Or is it referring to something? Oh, I think it may have been referring to the boots. Or the shoes.
The old man stares.
Oh, we're taking you in.
But you said I would be taken to the...
This terror is the sum of all the uncontrollable movements and mood swings he's been exhibiting. The wind picks up. The silence on the water is broken all around you. Little shivers of waves appear. The lieutenant continues, like an incantation.
Your wayfarer rights have been suspended. Information provided to the officers on the scene will be used against you by the prosecution. You will be given legal counsel within 1 week and must face court in 44 days. Do you understand? Do you understand?
But...
Kim, he's afraid.
No, I don't want to. I have to stay here.
He is a brave man. Why is he unraveling? He's sweating. Beads are forming on his forehead.
Your confirmation is not required, sir.
Wait.
Now on to the boat.
You thought you heard something, but it's just the winds.
Maybe we could all fit in there. Actually, no.
Yeah, I'm fucking
Not
reloading.
really.
I'm actually very angry. Hey, Delita. Let's try this again. I'm actually fucking angry about that. It's a thing I don't like about this game.
The old man stares despondently at...
What? But you said I would be taken to the...
This terror, the wind...
Your wave... Do you?
Let's do this again. Kimmy's afraid.
No.
He is a brave man. He's sweating.
Your confirmation is not required.
There it is again. To your north, as it has been since you came to the coast. The reeds whisper, stalks rubbing against each other. But then...
But what?
In something completely different. It sounds like a bow, very slowly being drawn against the strings of a violin. A very small violin, made of reeds and rushes.
Maybe there is room for 3 on the boat.
Kim, shut up.
What?
What are you talking about? Is this really us?
Your skin crawls.
I'm fucking sorry, what?
A delicate tangle of arms and legs unfolds from the reeds, limb by limb, to then just stand there, moving its scythe-like arms in ghostly silence.
Blink.
It's still there, an unfolding mechanism of reed-like chitin, hovering in place.
What the fuck is that?
What are you talking about?
The giant stick insect.
There's nothing there.
The stick insect is over 3 meters tall. It looks straight at you with its tiny pinprick eyes and its grotesquely small head. You feel your legs shaking under you and your gun hand move to your holster to grab the gun.
There it is. I see it.
Tell me what you see, damn it.
Kim, can you see it?
I can't make out one small thing in the reeds.
I can see it.
4 simple words, thank God. If you can see, then you're not insane. It's really there, spinning slowly, in absolute silence. Its limbs long and slender.
Be very, very careful.
I'm glad I'm getting a fucking payoff for this.
The creature stands on long stilt-like legs, antennae hanging from its head like a woman's hair, white and curled at the tips. It is no more than 5 steps away from you. Reed-like tufts stick out of its joints. As the insect moves its forearms, it produces a faint hiss, like a reel-to-reel machine spinning after the tape breaks.
Black Jacket, we are witnessing the unbelievable, the unthinkable.
The hiss is different from the strings you heard before. It says something else, in a lower pitch.
Let's approach carefully. I would be really angry if I failed that.
Slowly, with your breath held, you take 2 small steps toward the phasmid. The creature lets out a series of ultrasonic clicks that swarm around your head like swallows. Like laughter, a sort of happiness. Hissing and clicking, it extends its mandible-like antennae to greet you. You're right below it now, looking up at the colossal chitin of its white limbs. The head of the creature is crowned by reeds, and its eyes are like small droplets of water.
Raise your hand slowly.
The insect stops its stridulation, seeming to observe you. Below its crown of reeds, little pinprick eyes detect motion, glittering. The world stands still around you. Suddenly, there is silence.
Raise our other hand too.
As you do, the invertebrate comes to life, its limbs moving independent of each other, as if each has a mind of its own. They are white, like stalks of porcelain, knitting above you. Shifting around in the reeds around it, in the muddy water, you notice some of its hind legs apparently standing on the water from time to time. It's that light.
Hello, I'm Harry. I don't really know who I am.
No reply. A total ancient silence comes from its mouth, along with what appears to be some kind of foam. The stridulations of its limbs continue all around you.
Let's look more closely.
You were right. Little bubbles form on the mouth parts of the creature, on its segmented lower lip. It looks to be foaming slowly. The foam is white, then yellowish. The faintest smell like you've never felt before, like burnt roses.
Kim, it's foaming.
Careful, it may be poisonous.
The foam slowly turns a darker shade, like burnt caramel, as the insect moves its mouth parts, masticating. The little bubbles begin to burst, one by one, letting out that same smell, like summer burning. Apricot blossoms, white blossoms erupting, a sensation like cold hands on your face.
Tell me, what are you doing?
I exist.
I exist too.
Tell me what it's like for you.
I'm ill.
What is your illness?
In my heart, from its sadness, input after input.
For me, it is not like that. I have states, not the emotions. For example, I experience excitement at unexpected sugar rewards. But that is not important. Now I will tell you how it is for me. For me, it is a series of half-lit images, a kind of darkness, being intruded upon, transient, dim, moist.
Intruded upon by what?
Shapes of plants and animals, and internal sensations. A swarm of sounds, tiny vibrations on the inside of my forearms. All speak of complexities totally beyond my understanding. I am at the end of a narrow funnel, weightless, so light, it only feels like something to be me. In truth, perhaps I'm nothing. I certainly do not have a soul, and if I did, it would never ache.
I'm glad to be me, an incredibly sensitive instrument. I'm still me.
Few of us can begin to imagine the horror of you, with all of creation reflected in your forebrain. It must be like the highest of hells, a kaleidoscope of fire and writhing glass. Eternal damnation. Even when you're sleeping, and when you wake, you carry it around on your neck, with eyes open that cannot help but swallow more behind the mirror. I feel great, mute empathy for you.
It was very disorienting at first, but I'm doing my best.
That must be incredibly hard. The Arthropods are in silent and meaningless awe of you. Know that we're watching. When you're tired, when the vision spins out of control, the insects will be looking on, rooting for you.
Can't believe chat was all bugs the entire time. But yeah.
And when you fall, we will come to raise you up. Bud from you, banner-like, blossom from you and carry you apart in a sky funeral, in honor of your passing. But not me, because I'm just a leaf eater.
In honor of your shit, Lieutenant Yfretur, which you kept together in the face of total unrelenting terror, day after day, second by second. Detective, arriving on the scene.
So am I. I was born to detect sucrose rewards and semiochemicals. What were you born to detect?
I was born to detect you.
Yes. No one detected me for such a long, long time. For thousands of years. I dithered, out of sight. Trapped myself in greenery.
This is my masterpiece.
No one believed I exist. Almost no one. Until you came, detective. Dripping off blood that smells like strawberries. Across the calm sea. At first,
in 1,000 years.
Where does this come from? All this around us, the world.
Not even the birds know that. Not even the water lily.
And all we can do is beat our fist against it, day after day, with no answer.
You can also eat it. If it's a leaf, you can put it in your mouth. Yum yum. Or read.
Wait, so
So you look like a reeds, and you look like a reed, and you eat reeds.
Yes, they don't mind.
Have you accidentally eaten another reed, Phasmid?
Yes, I once cloned myself and ate the little ones. It was winter, and I woke up at the wrong time. It was an accident.
Is this a dream? What is happening?
No, you're awake. I am real. Light is forming me. This is real.
Same, Hunter stuff, same. What exactly are you?
I am an unknown species of the order Phantasmodia, endemic to the Insulindian Insula. For the last 350 years, I have hidden in plain sight, masquerading as the reeds, molding, cloning myself, unfolding at night to play with trash bins and boys. I went unnoticed by the first settlers and the land surveyors of the suzerain. Also, by the soldiers of the revolution and the officials of the occupation. Even the Seminese islanders who came here first, but did not stay, have not seen me. I have stayed hidden through 4 forms of government and 2 scientific revolutions, until I was accidentally discovered by a detective of the citizen militia in Revachol, district of Martinaise, March 51.
Are you the miracle?
No. You are the miracle.
Ow.
The moral of our encounter is, I am a relatively medium life form, while you are extreme, all-engulfing madness. A volatile simian nervous system, ominously new to the planet. The Pale too came with you.
Wait, what?
No one remembers it before you. The Nidarians do not. The radially symmetrics do not. There is an almost unanimous agreement between the birds and the plants that you are going to destroy us all.
Wait, the Pale is human-made?
It is a nervous shadow cast into the world by you, eating away at reality. A great, unnatural territory. Its advent coincides with the arrival of the human mind.
I don't have that kind of power.
You're a violent and irrepressible miracle. The vacuum of cosmos and the stars burning in it are afraid of you. Give me enough time, you will wipe us all out and replace us with nothing. Just by accident.
Ow.
We suspect it will be something like the oxygen holocaust that wiped out anaerobic life 2.6 billion years ago, when organisms first started breathing. Only much worse.
Worse how?
Everything your eyes touch goes back there, behind the nose mirror. What if you blink? Are we still here? Please don't blink. What if he misplaces us all one day, or just forget?
I will be extra careful not to blink, stick insect, don't worry.
Please be. Or one day, one of you will close your eyes and sigh, and open them to see that none of this ever existed.
Kim, am I having a violent epileptic seizure?
It doesn't look like that, no.
What does it look like?
You're just staring at it.
Then I think I'm having a vision about the final fate of mankind.
Okay. Is it somehow related to the case?
No, I told you what it's about. It's our fate.
I think we should take the picture, and then you should back away from the unstudied species.
I have to say goodbye now. I have no more thoughts. That was all.
No, there is one more. Thank Thank you. I also have one more thing to say to you. That woman, turn from the ruin. Turn and go forward. Do it for the working class.
I will.
She was middle class. It doesn't take a 3-meter stick insect to tell you that.
Okay, Kim, take the picture.
Okay.
There is no change in the insect's motion while it's being aimed by the camera. It remains fixated on you.
In 3. If it moves, you jump back. I'll shoot. Here we go. 3, 2, 1.
The shrill flash of the camera cuts the air like the blade of a sword. The phasmid freezes in its bright light. Head turned toward the lieutenant, hypnotized by the flash. It stands frozen before you. The sweat on your arms feels cold as ice, as if you're frozen as well, in the shadow of this great statue of chitinous marble.
I got it.
You hear the lieutenant whisper as the creature's shape develops onto photo paper in his hand, a polychrome ghost of white streaks against the reeds in the sky, and you as a shadow before it.
For all time.
I want to touch it.
The antennae hang from a great height. With your hand shaking, you barely touch the tip of the left whisker. On contact, the chitin curls into a spiral, like the tip of a poison ivy. Its touch on your fingertip feels cold, ticklish. It is surprisingly delicate, the curly end of the whisker, like a young vine. It's even a bit wet.
Be careful, detective. It's moving.
You were right. It glistens with some kind of moisture. The creature in front of you stays frozen.
Chat, I'm going to do something terrible and unthinkable.
It tastes like sugar, very faint. The anthropod towers above you, tufts of reeds pointing from limb and head alike. Odorless, mostly comprised of water.
I want to pet its arm too.
The limb before you is incredibly light, like eggshell. It's much lighter than a reed. You feel a soft push could tip the creature over. Its hollow exoskeleton collapsing. Warning!
Okay, I'm pulling my hand away.
A sudden shiver passes the limb. Looks like the creature is awakening, wave by wave from its stupor.
We got it.
Another shudder pulses through the creature's limbs. It jolts back to life, like a record continuing where it left off, in a swaying, praying motion. Even the small black pearls of its eyes do not stray from you. As you're turning away, the phasmid mirrors your movements, stepping on the water, the long limbs carrying its feather weight without breaking its surface.
Goodbye, friend. Goodbye.
And just like that, it's gone, skating away across the sea's calm mirror like a skipping stone, leaving nothing but circles on the water. And something under it, in the place it stood, bobbing there, among the reeds, a collection of items.
It's gone.
What's that in the reeds?
Looks like a nest of some sort. We should have a look.
It can walk on water?
Apparently, yes. Like a water strider. Only, I've never seen anything like that in my life.
What now?
What now? In some kind of strange, semi-catatonic state.
Our suspect is not looking so good. We need to check on him.
Sorry, Kim, I was having a mind-blowing experience the likes of which I'll never have again. So, forgive me. Oh hey, we found the armor helmet and the rifle scope.
Yes?
What is it? What do you want from me? I can't go.
Something is very wrong with him now.
Sir, how could you not see the phasmid?
See.
Oh no.
Mr. Dross?
The man does not respond. He keeps staring, black eyes glazed over and bulging from their sockets. His gap-toothed mouth shaking with fear and longing.
Snap your finger under his nose.
A light shiver passes him, followed by nothing. His hands are trembling, and he breathes slowly.
He's going into some kind of psychomotor immobility. The good news is, this solves our transportation problem, doesn't it, Mr. Dross?
The trembling mouth appears to sigh.
I don't remember what he said about the phasmid Anahito.
Between this and the broken tire he's used for a boat, I think it's safe to leave him here, while we go and get help. It will need to be medical first, I'm afraid.
What happened to this man?
Old age and shock.
I think it's the phasmid.
Yes, the arrest and the appearance of the phasmid, the combined stress. But you think it's something more than that, don't you?
There's much more. Remember what it said when it spoke? Quite a few things about that health check you did on him make sense now.
He couldn't see it, Kim. It just the reads for him.
That could be part of the shock. But you're right, something is off here.
No response.
Maybe this is how the phasmid has stayed hidden all these years.
Then how did we see it? Oh, you mean, whatever does this, does it over time? Teenagers, kids, drunks, sightings are brief, and hence not credible. But anyone who spends a long time with it...
Yeah, you forget it's there.
Mm-hmm. Mr. Dross, have you ever seen a stick insect pretending to be the reeds? The doctors will have to look at this. I hope your station has better medical personnel than 57. This is a little advanced for a nurse.
When I evaluated his state, he seemed strangely animated.
He was energetic and articulate. After all these years alone, with little hygiene or medication, I would expect worse.
Give me a second. A little shithead's being a pain in the ass. And lo and behold, I can't believe the problem was the phasmid. Perhaps this animation is induced by something in the phasmid.
It does not seem to be animated now it's left. Honestly, I'm ready to believe anything at this point. Maybe it is psychoactive. I mean, why not? It's 3 meters tall.
He's been here for a long time. Who knows how much of it's in its company.
He did seem distressed when it finally came to arresting him, like he didn't want to leave this place, and the insect maybe. I have absolutely forgotten to take notes. I hope I remember all of this.
Found some things.
This will be one hell of a report.
Yeah.
Thank God we have the photo.
If we didn't have the photo, nobody would believe us. We found some things in the phas... Also, couldn't you waste that other photo, I think? We found some things in the phasmid's nest, Mr. Dross.
He stares into the reeds.
Show him the
No
ceramic
words,
helmet.
Nothing. Just dull staring. Not even rage left, wherever he is.
If Kuno kicked it into the sea, as he said he did, the ebb would put it back here. This makes sense. Mr. Dross could have picked it up. Or the Phasmid even. If it did, this is incredible.
Show him the detached scope.
I lost.
You lost it, Mr. Dross?
He turns his eyes to the reeds again, as he's done so many times. Beige and white stripes.
He lost the scope. Then it somehow made its way over there. With the help of a magpie Phasmid? This sight is a T9, Mr. Dross. Was it attached to the rifle when you made the shot?
Silence. Not even a sigh. You've gotten all you will out of this poor being.
I'm going to let you rest now, Mr. Dross.
The plastic cape flaps around his face in a gust of wind. His back is slouched and his mouth open. The blacks of his eyes are receding. His pupils are returning to normal.
Hang tight.
We should think about getting back to the mainland. To get help. He'll be safe here. If we don't take too long.
Well, let's hurry then. Can't let our... Honestly, he can't do anything right now anyway, but also... Now it's just time to finish up the case. We learned a lot today. And what really matters is that when the going gets rough, the Phasmid will be rooting for us. And there's something to say for that, isn't there? Thank you, Phasmid. Thank you.
The skiff is swaying on the waves by the dock.
Time to head back.
Let's. We are done here.
The skiff rocks gently under your weight as you get in. The ride back is uneventful and quiet. But for the sound of conversation on the water, there is someone inland waiting for you. 2 men and a woman stand on the concrete square of a nameless village, looking at a small yellow boat as it draws closer. The sea is calm. You reach the jetty and climb out of the skiff.
Hey everyone, we're back.
Look what the tide brought him. Harry, you're bleeding all over the place. You're half dead.
No one seems bothered by the bleeding.
Bothered by it? Harry, you look like you need a fucking organ transplant. Oh, fuck it. Let's not get into that.
Forget about it, there's a giant...
We're not forgetting about anything. Look at you.
Who are you people?
Hello, Trent Heidelstam.
Oh hey!
I believe we've met
Heidelstam.
on several occasions.
Yeah, we talked!
I'm your goddamn partner, Jean Vicomar, and this is your special task force. Or what's left of it. Special Consultant Trent Heidelstam, Battle Officer Judith Minot.
Hi.
We've come to scrape what's left of you off the pavement.
Lieutenant Kim Kisuragi, Prison 57. We've just come from the island, where our investigation led us. We might need your help with something later.
As if he recalled that he's in fact a decorated police lieutenant and not a naughty boy.
And not a naughty boy.
But this is clearly a departmental matter, so I'm going to leave you to discuss it among yourselves.
Thank you, Lieutenant.
It's good to meet you, Lieutenant Kitsuhagi.
Letting the lieutenant know he shouldn't feel embarrassed over the shitstorm that's about to befall you.
What is this about?
Ari, we want to help you. Trent, I believe this is where you come in?
I don't quite know what I'm doing here. I was asked to participate as an expert. I think I need to manage your expectations a little. I'm at best an enthusiast in cognitive science. My background is in something else entirely. I engage in neurology on a merely theoretical level. In fact, I should probably get going.
No, Trent, it's too late. You're part of this shit now. What have you got to say for yourself, shit kid?
What does he have to say for himself? He left you to catch the bullets.
How did you know I was here? Where have you been all this time? There was a mercenary tribunal.
God damn it, Harry. You told us to fuck off. You said we're cramping your style. Your detective god. Fuck everything. All we burn. Detect or die.
Wait, so you let me face a squad of trained killers alone just to teach me a lesson?
It wasn't like that.
Fuck you, Harry. We didn't know there was gonna be a tribunal, did we?
I said those things. I'm not like that anymore.
Sure. You're not a superstar law official. Talk on the town is your Guillaume le Million reincarnate. I know this shit. Nothing has changed.
How did you know I was here?
The cafeteria manager you fucked over told us where you went.
I understand. Okay, Gart told you.
And people on the street helped us too, with your whereabouts.
You're a legend among the drunks, Harry. A legendary local drunk.
It's fine. I stopped drinking. So you aren't the man with the sunglasses at all. You're not even blonde.
Guilty as charged. I heard you'd lost your mind and your memory. I wanted to see if it was true, and it was. Good work, Harry. You're insane now. There's one less person for me and everyone else to rely on.
Actually, I suspected something was off.
Did you? Or did you literally not recognize my face? We've been partners for how long, Harry? Don't answer that. You don't remember.
Judging by the familiarity you feel toward him, 2 years minimum? Or maybe a short but close stint on the task force.
You never told me you're not the horse-faced woman.
Lieutenant, my name is not horse-faced woman. It's Judith Minot. I was assigned to your unit 2 months ago. I thought we were friends.
We're still friends, I just have a stupid head.
Okay. Because you're my commanding officer, I really want to respect you. I want us to have a normal relationship.
That will never happen, Jude. He's the rudest man on earth. He's the reason why the rest of us have to take sensitivity training. And I hate sensitivity training.
So Trent Hiddleston turns out to be Special Consultant Trent Hiddleston.
Yes, I'm Trent Hiddleston. I never said I wasn't Trent Hiddleston.
So what was up with the kid?
Mikhail? Mikhail's my son.
Ollie's not happy that I locked him out because he was being a little brat. Oh, okay. Sorry.
No problem.
So what are you special consulting here?
What indeed? I was asked to share my take on some of the more obscure theories developed in Königstein in the 30s, like partial psychotraumatic amnesia, group personality theory.
He's here to see if you're insane. He is smart. Let's move on.
You mentioned a task force?
Yeah, Major Crimes Unit, under Lieutenant Dubois and Vicomar. Ring any bells?
Refresh my memory?
Refresh your memory? It's a goddamn Major Crimes Unit. There's you, me, Jude, Trent fucking Hiddleston, and Guillaume Baby.
I'm technically just a civilian advisor.
Oh, fuck you. You're part of this shit show.
Alright, first, who's Guillaume Bevy?
Oh, that's an interesting story, actually. Guillaume Bevy is a police reporter who joined our team. He was really good. Then he left because he lost faith in your ability to lead the unit. Other people have left too. Good, smart people. People we won't get back. Only me and this really patient patrol officer are still here. And Tron because I'm forcing him to stay.
Okay, so what does the unit do?
It's a major crimes unit. We clear the desk of cases so Precinct 41 doesn't look like the worst station in town. We are shit tier now, Harry. Because of you.
They're your posse. Or what remains of it. Hand-picked. Hand-lost.
The 41st isn't...
None of this is ringing any bells.
The bells aren't ringing because you have brain damage. Trant, this is where you come in. How bad is it?
Well, he doesn't have visible tremors, he talks without slurring, he can drive a boat, he's standing, reasoning. All good signs, but complete retrograde amnesia, episodic and semantic. As displayed in the station call, our interactions with him, and I don't want to be a snitch, but also mine with him before when Harry did not seem to know who I was. It's all very interesting.
Interesting?
Yes, interesting. I have my theories, but I would like to hear Harry's thoughts first. Harry, what do you think happened to you? Neurologically, psychologically, and why not socioeconomically?
I mean, so... a number of these are kinda correct. The drinking is also correct, but honestly, ultimately, something so sad happened to me that I couldn't be me anymore. It was a defense mechanism.
Psychotraumatic amnesia, Trant? I can go for that. Shit kid is a broken man. Always has been. Who isn't? I know I am. But you know what? I keep my shit together. Also, I know a person can't wipe their own mind, however traumatic it gets. That doesn't happen. You're lying. Or insane. Or both.
But Detective Vigmer, he has blanked out before.
I have?
Yes, a couple of times. After some of the more serious benders. One was after the two drunks case, the other when we looked into that mural.
Interesting. So at first he dipped his toes into it, prepared. That's where he would have gotten the idea, yes. Practice. And then he used alcohol to get there, so to speak.
Oh god, we actually have an explanation for the ego obliteration.
What do you mean?
Well, here's my theory. What if this is an absolutely normal reaction to the world we're living in? What if this is not a significant anomaly at all? Something to be explained, approached as a defect? Look at the sensory input here. Look at the ruins, the neon. Listen to the radio, the multitudes, the people. Live here for 40 years. As a police detective, he's like a magnetic reader on the world tape, to borrow a known metaphor. Harry's been pushed flat against it. Total input. Hardwired to the free market. He just needed for it to end.
Okay, Trent, thank you. That's absolutely meaningless. I'm glad we brought you. Will he or will he not be able to work in the major crimes unit? Is he a crétin now? I want to know that.
He's not a cretin, and he is able to do work. If not in his previous leadership role, then as a line detective.
I don't know, chat. Do you think we're ready to lead, or do you think line detective is good for now? Line detective is good for now.
For now? I misphrased my question. It should have been, is he able to put his clothes on and use the body? Or do we need to get him on a disability pension? Now nothing. Now we're just going to stand here.
Really?
No. Now we discuss that. What the fuck did you do to a motor carriage? Why is it there, Harry?
The time had come. Tequila sunset.
Ha ha ha. Ho ho ho. Tequila sunset. Not sunrise because you're almost dead. So funny, Harry. Thank you for destroying 45,000 real of police property that's coming out of my payslip. You know that, right? You're gonna get fired. And I'm gonna pay till I die. It doesn't matter. Your badge, Harry. Show me your badge.
Yeah, here.
In a rush to demonstrate your badge, your eager fingers can't sustain a grip on the smooth plastic, and the badge slips out of your hand. Not today, badge.
Behold my badge!
And your gun?
My gun is right here!
He has it. And he didn't drop it. You're drunk like a bum, Harry. Put that thing away before you kill someone.
I quit drinking forever. It's only me in this boring hellhole now.
I don't buy it. Why do you smell like a corpse then, huh?
He's wounded. It's been a long week, and he's handled an actual corpse.
Yeah, I handled an actual corpse.
I don't believe you. You're drunk. You let a suspect escape, a certain Classier, because you were too drunk to assess a flight risk.
We've read the report, Sari. Lieutenant Kitsuhagi's. We know.
My god, give me a second. I apologize, Ollie is being a huge brat. I'll take care of it later. Okay. Yes, I let her go as an act of mercy.
Oh, well, if you let her go, I'm not even gonna get into the other suspect who escaped. Another act of mercy, or the fact that you very likely sold your gun for booze. That's peanuts. That's nothing. That's a humorous anecdote. Compared to the 8 people who were gunned down, the streets are literally red with blood, Harry. It was fucking mass murder.
He did everything he could. We did everything we could. The company hired unvetted mercenaries. Lieutenant Dubois got between them and the locals.
Here comes the cavalry.
He did so at considerable risk to his own life. He was shot and survived only because of his armor. We stopped an execution, not a negotiation. The loss of life was minimal compared to what it could have been.
Yeah, it was a massacre. We got wiped. Where the hell were you?
Don't make this harder for yourself.
Thank you for the input, Lieutenant Kitsuragi. I didn't mean to suggest you didn't handle the situation. You've spent the week with him on this case. What is your take?
On the case?
On Lieutenant Yefretor Dubois.
Well, the drinking, the gun losing, also losing the badge. That's all true. Although he has not been drinking on the job this week.
See?
1 week.
Then there's the superstardom. He likes to, from time to time, allude to being a superstar law official. At first I thought it was a joke, but now I'm not so sure. He says disco about 20 times a day. It's worrying, especially considering his political views. Detective Dubois is, as you may know, a Mazovian socio-economist. He wants to liquidate the ruling class, which, again, for a police officer, is a little odd. And then there's the motor carriage in the sea, something I was not present for. But despite all this, he is a great detective, one of the best I have seen, in fact. He can talk human beings into telling him anything, and he doesn't stop. In all the time I've spent with him, he has not once stopped working on the case. He is tireless, madly driven. Well, except that one time when he stopped to sing karaoke, which, by the way, I have to disagree with you, Mr. Vicmar, was a...
Kim, you're too good for me!
He really sang his heart out.
Okay, he did something.
Other than that one time, he has tirelessly worked on the case, and he solved it. We have a confession, a murder weapon, and the perpetrator, locked on the island right now.
Kim, why can't you be my partner?
He apprehended a straggler who stayed hidden for 50 years, ever since the revolution, who's probably committed other murders over those years. Oh, and he also discovered a new species.
A new species?
A colossal stick insect. It was on the island, camouflaged as the reeds. It unfolded from the reeds. I think we may be dealing with the Insulindian phasmid.
He takes out the photo of the phasmid and shows it to the officers across the yard. The wind blows, flapping the glossy rectangle in his hand. You hear gasps beneath the howling of the wind.
As you can see, it's about 3 meters tall. In fact, we think it may be the largest land invertebrate ever discovered.
Shit, damn it. Chat, I know what you're gonna pick, but I want to put it up to you what our final parting shot is. Okay, you know what? We'll do this gracefully. You're right. You're right. We'll do this gracefully.
Fucking hell is that? Is this somehow connected to the case?
Detective?
Yes, I believe the pheromone it emits may be responsible for the killer's mental degradation.
The old man was not aware of the phasmid's presence. Exhibiting a strange, atypical dementia, he fell into a stupor after its appearance. He became near catatonic.
So it is connected.
I must say, this is absolutely extraordinary. I don't even have words for it.
Yes, it really does make it hard to fire the drunk.
This is a very, very sad man who has just seen something that's made him forget his sadness. Now you make your case. Now is the time. Now or never.
Killer Lilianovich Dross we have a strong motive for him.
Lilianovich. A revolutionary matronym.
A revolutionary metronome.
The custom started in Grad, where they have patronyms. Krasovich, Lasovich, etc. The revolutionaries saw this as a chauvinist atavism, so they used matronyms, derived from the mother's name instead. This man's mother was Lilian. His Lilian's son, Lilianovich. The custom was overturned after the revolution failed, but not before it made it to Revachol.
So, it is what a soldier of the ICM would be called.
Thank you, Trant. Thank you for that piece of cultural theory. You said you have a motive?
Of course, excuse me, I just thought it was noteworthy.
He killed the mercenary in an act of jealousy.
Jealousy? I thought this Lilianovich was an old man. To have
a strange psychosexual fixation, aggravated possibly by proximity to the phasmid and its chemicals. He himself gave a political reason, said he had killed an enemy combatant. Also, we have ballistics from the gun, matching the bullet found in the dead mercenary's head, and 2 officers on the scene that Mr. Dross confessed to.
It's a clean win.
It's way more than that.
It's more than that. It's a perfect folding mechanism, like the phasmid.
Perfect folding mechanism. Get over yourself, Harry. I can still smell the booze on the wind.
God damn it. Doesn't it ever leave? It is there. Like in your bones or something.
But we can do better, and we will do better.
In time.
Also, the phasmid was female. The reeds are its nest.
Female? What makes you think so?
You had to see it. It had the subdued colors of a female. And the nesting behavior too, I think.
Incredible. Were there eggs in the nest?
Not as far as I could see. There were other things there, though.
It gathered items in its nest, a helmet and a scope.
Actually, you know, this would indicate it was a male. This is far from anything in my field, but I think such nests are called bowers. They are for attracting mates.
I still think it was female.
Of course, as I said, I'm only guessing. I didn't see it. It must be robust if it can move a whole helmet with its limbs.
I think it reproduces by parthenogenesis.
As in cloning itself? What makes you think so?
It told me.
Mm-hmm. Then it wouldn't matter if it's male or female. The bower would just be rudimentary behavior from before the parthenogenetic mutation. Very interesting.
It had mandible.
Such organisms are extremely vulnerable to disease. A single strain of bacteria could wipe out the whole species. We're probably looking at conservation efforts here.
It had mandibles that looked like hair, and it was completely white on the inside.
Yes, but also red-colored, beige and brown, a little green on the outside. After unfolding from a single stalk, it still retained parts that looked like reed tufts on its limbs.
Incredible. The PR value of this is exceptional. Carp discovers new species. Maybe even discovers the Insulindian phasmid. No, that's too much.
This would really help with some of the problems we've been having.
Absolutely, this is great. This does not say vigilante murderers to me at all. This says science, news, human interest. You know, it's a really good thing you have that photo.
Without it,
You're doing good here. Perhaps only for a moment. Quit while you're ahead? Or no?
There was also a dead man on the boardwalk, a missing person I found.
yes. Fallen through a gap in a boardwalk. Drunk.
How did you know I found him?
The body was transported to Precinct 41, our morgue. I had Tilbrook and Mullins take care of funeral arrangements and family stuff.
You're not the only cop in the world, Harry. This all comes back to us.
Still, good work with the missing person, Detective.
It's still a point for you. No denying it.
So, we could mention the doomed commercial area. Also, the mystery of the
I
doomed
don't
commercial.
know what a doomed commercial area is. Why? That's not what you...
There was a fridge we needed and a possible witness. He was just chasing a lead and ended up advising a local shopkeeper. It was okay.
Of course. Call it community outreach, right?
Dodged the bullet there. For a moment, it seemed like you were just wasting time.
So what do you say? Want to take this hot shit back?
I don't want to, but you discovered a new species and solved the murder. So I have to. Jude,
Anything that ends the trial is okay with me.
You haven't been drinking, she thinks. So, maybe this time.
Agreed. The public relations potential of this is too valuable to let go.
We are a superstar cop. Holy shit.
Okay. We have vehicles in the square, and the perpetrator needs to be taken into custody. Let's go.
Now you will finally get to know who you are.
I have a few questions about who I am.
The man looks westward, impatiently, jingling his car keys in his pocket.
Lieutenant Kim Kitsuragi, what do you do now?
Well, first I will go back to my station and write the most detailed report anyone has ever seen. It will have to be good to cover all these. Then I will have a serious talk with my captain.
About what?
Detective, we just stopped a small-scale war. Something is happening to Revachol. I don't know what yet, but it's going to be a hard spring for the RCM. We need to get ready, infiltrate, investigate.
Distant traffic. A scrap of newspaper drifts by, carried by the wind. It says, tensions rise in Terminal YC in light of the débardeurs strike in Terminal B, among representatives of every industry in Coal City.
Want to do that at Station 41?
Talk to Captain Price? I'd rather not ruffle the feathers of two captains with my doom-mongering.
No, I meant investigate. Come work in Precinct 41.
Work with Price? I'm flattered, but I don't know if I...
Would fit in. Am crazy enough. Can take the stress. He doesn't know how to finish the sentence.
Flattered? You're Lieutenant Kitsuragi. We would be flattered if you even considered.
I would have to tie things up in GRIH first. But, I mean, whatever is coming, Jamrock will be more central to it than the harbor.
And we also have a huge caseload, Lieutenant. Piles that we need to get back to. Mountains, even.
I do like the sound of that.
Who am I?
Who are you? You're a gym teacher, Harry.
What?
Well, obviously you're not a gym teacher anymore, but...
But before?
Before you were a cop, you were a gym teacher in Coron. It's getting really cold outside.
That does
Should we
explain a
maybe-
lot.
Harry, it explains everything. The running around, the jumping, the bicep girth,
The
your inexplicable facial hair.
The collection of fallen sportswear I've amassed.
The fact that you don't seem to know what homosexuality is. and how you're able to perform a 360-degree
Holy shit!
God, even this javelin throwing freak.
Oh god, contact Mike.
Of course. Contact Mike.
He's been on about Mike again. I hate that guy.
When was this? When was I a gym teacher?
In your 20s or late 20s. You've really let yourself go since then.
You said I was in Koran. I was a gym teacher there?
Yes, you taught gym in Koran. I believe that's the term. Taught gym at a high school. You were a high school gym teacher.
The smell of sweat and glue. The worn floorboard.
High school. Harry, your goings-on with Kuno, Andre, Acel, the whole thing on the ice.
Shit!
That's why you are so juvie.
His smirk suggests barely contained laughter.
Contact Mike is a surprise.
Oh, you don't say. Does he also vault an impassable gulf of finance and privilege?
It is getting cold out.
Why did I join the RCM then?
The regular. You found some chick. She inspired you to fight the big fight. Be more than you are. All that.
You, every morning, walking from Voyager Road to teach gym. She, leaving for the academy with her spring coat on. The air filled with the smell of smoke and raspberries, and incredible hope. An ocean full of hope.
I see now.
I knew it. I knew no normal human being can run like that. He's an honest-to-God gym teacher.
I love Kim losing his shit over the gym teacher thing. Why am I like this?
It's not a mystery. Some chick fucked you over. Also, you were drunk.
You really went with it too. Really maximized the damage.
Some chick who?
Dora something. Dora England. Yeah, you mentioned her name.
Not Dora Dubois.
So we weren't even married.
No one is married anymore. This is Revachol.
Oh, when was this?
God, I don't know. 6 years ago? She was way before my time.
6 years and you haven't gotten over it? What the hell is wrong with you?
6 years?
Yeah. Or 7. You're not doing too good there. It's an old man thing. 2 old years equals 1 normal year. That and Dora Engelund really tore you a new one. A big one.
Who was she?
Incredibly bangable.
Figures. I mean, what did she do?
She was incredibly fuckable. A beautiful bourgeois woman. Wayfish. Like a Welkin, basically.
Heartbreak, Welkin. Pain, Welkin.
I've only seen a picture, but it's obvious you formed a real spiritual connection with how pretty she was. One you never recuperated from.
Look, the sun is about to go down. It's time to...
I think she taught in the Académie des Arts, east of the river.
I appreciate she... We do not give a
Hard
shit.
to say which came first, the middle-class chick or the drink. Egg and the chicken kind of thing. My point is, you need to see a psychiatrist about this shit. Not a psychologist. Several degrees harder. Is there something harder than a psychiatrist? A forensic psychiatrist? Go talk to that.
So to be fair, we're not really fighting at this point. I kind of actually like it. We're settling in with John. Am I a dirty cop?
No.
No, because the suspect seemed to think...
You're too unstable to work for a mob boss. You're suicidal, Harry. No mob boss would take you.
I assure you, I wouldn't consult for a corrupt unit.
I told you it's not that bad.
Thank you, Volition. Thank you. You're somehow my strongest stat. It's... Oh, never mind. Inland Empire crawled on ahead. I think with those 2 points I added in. Okay, Precinct 41. What kind of station is it?
Us. We're the bloody murder station, haven't you heard? We're the bad guys. No one likes us.
That's not true. Jamrock is too big for one precinct. You're just understaffed. And everyone respects the 41st. You have Captain Price.
Thank you, Lieutenant. You're being kind. It is an understaffed station and the district is too big, which is why we need to...
Get back to it. We left Torson and McLean to run the Sea Wing. It's not good.
Torson and McLean.
Mac the Torso Torson and Chester McLean. They're not fit to run a wing. Believe me. Things are shaky as it is.
And the Sea Wing is?
God. There are 4 wings, Harry. A, B, C, and D. We're in C. It's made of losers and clock punchers. You and I reconceptualized it as a task force. It was a mistake.
There's also a lot of outside help involved, not only me. Other losers too.
Interesting. Okay. And prices?
Ptolemy Price? He's the son of the old Price, one of the founders of the RCM.
He's one of the most highly regarded men in the force. You're lucky.
Somewhere under the curved roof of a former silk factory, shaped like a ladybird with 2 chimneys, Police Captain Ptolemy Price sits behind a heavy wooden desk. Resident medic Nix Gottlieb pours him coffee. It's silent in the captain's office. They speak of change, the city, the tension on the streets. They speak of the events of April and the blood on the streets in May.
So, did we recently shoot up a church by any chance?
So he remembers that. Yes, there may have been a raid on some churches. It wasn't good press.
Shooting up churches never is. I was out of town, to be clear.
What happened? Why did we need to go there?
Our enemies were hiding in a church, to the best of our information. That's it. I'm not talking about this anymore. Your security clearance is shit tier right now. You have to wait for it to go up.
He means it. The RCM and its enemies will not be discussed on this coast. Your clearance will not go up while you're within earshot of the Union headquarters.
So I work in the Bloody Murder Station.
Okay, it's not the Bloody Murder Station. It's an old converted silk mill with green desk lamps and a coffee corner. A lot of good people work there, hard, every day.
Jamrock is the largest ghetto in Rivershoal. Faubourg, technically, but it's divided into 11 districts. Jamrock only has us.
The press will blow over. Jamrock is lucky to have you, and it's often considered to be the greatest of the districts. You're lucky to have it.
Your timing is immaculate because we're finishing the game. The Phasmid, I need to tell Lena about this ASAP.
Who is Lena?
A cryptozoologist. She lives in Jamrock on Tabernacle Road. She told me about the Phasmid.
Tabernacle? It's on the way over. Near where you live on Perdition.
Fine, if we're gonna drop you off anyway.
But also, how's it going? How's it going?
She and her husband were conducting the search for the Phasmid. It's their discovery, in part. They should know as soon as possible. It would do you good to deliver some positive news for a change.
I'm ready.
Good.
Fuck it, let's go. Trump brought his motor carriage. It's a 20-minute drive to Jamrock.
Under the afternoon sky, the great district hums. A chessboard of wooden houses, 80,000 living souls, and chimney stacks. Fire traps as far as the eye can see. From Main Street to Precinct 41, to Boogie Street, forking into the snow-swept horizon. You close your eyes and hear the dogs bark. A lone woman sits by a factory window, dreaming of meteorite strikes. On Rue de Saint-Jérôme, a square bullet slides into a square-shaped chamber. In Old South, a man without eyelids smiles. Spring has come. It's time. Torsen? Yes. McLean? Yes. Heidelstein? No. Vicmere? Yes. Dubois? Of course. Really? Nix Gottlieb looks up from the list. I hear he's unstable. You say that like it's a bad thing. Captain Ptolemy Price gestures with a ballpoint pen. It's dim in his office, and the curtains are drawn. Harry's our man. He'll pull through. When he does, he'll side with the people. Understood. Gottlieb returns to the list. Minnow? Of course.
Wonderful. Then can we please just go back to Jamrock now?
I like the different button as we end it. Kim's probably going to be joining us at Jamrock. He's really proud of us and thought we did some really good work. Thanks, John. Thanks. You know what? Throughout it all, I'm glad you still care. Yeah, Wang missed the phasmid. The problem is, Jean was your friend, and I'd still argue he still is to some extent, and he cares. But the problem is he cares, and he has seen you at your worst. Repeatedly. For years. And it left him burned out. So I can understand if he's on edge, though he seems to be coming around. Also, it was really good because at one point it played, I'm pretty sure it was copyrighted music, so I had to panic, mute the game, and play other music. I got the photo, Wang. I even talked to the phasmid. We had a wonderful conversation, and she was proud of us. Ugh. This game is very good. I absolutely loved it. Oh, it was so good. I cannot recommend it enough. From start to finish, it was absolutely great. I never taught the shipping container into opening, but that's fine. I'm pretty happy with my run, all things considered. Though it's kind of funny, because the single most emotionally moving moment in this game for me was the phasmid. Without a doubt. Who would have thought that I would react to a giant bug talking to me? It was very good, though. The killer was interesting, and it was fun talking to him. It also, like, made the shootout stand out even more as this really weird part. Yeah. I mean, okay, so I didn't know about how good the check was, but also I was very, very angry that I failed at 92%. Because that's happened to me multiple times in this game, and it was infuriating. It's also kind of funny how the big reason for all of the... Basically, the big reason for the... Forgot that was the name. But yeah, the big reason why the killer went mad was specifically because of prolonged exposure to the phasmid, until he eventually... I'd have just lost it. Also, Renee is dead, and that is honestly for the better, but we still gave his picture to his friend. And so, also, the Wild Pines will not be ready for what's to come, but that's not my problem, really. I mean, the problem is, yeah, but it was very, very good. Very good. I enjoyed it the whole way through, even if it does kind of drag a little bit at certain points when you're just kind of doing cleanup. But man, the end of the game was so good. I cannot say enough good things about it. The writing is fantastic, the way it plays with scope, how it seems mundane, becomes something huge, but then eventually you learn it's mundane anyway. While still being somewhat huge and learning more about the nature of the Pale. Because that was weird to learn. Learning about the Pale from the bug was fascinating. If a bit terrifying. It also explains why the Pale is basically concentrated human thought. Well, human memory, I guess. But yeah, this game is very good. Are the credits looping? No, Wang, it's more like human thought. The Pale exists as a consequence of humans existing. Was the thing we learned, essentially. The Pale did not exist until humans existed. Yes, undo itself in all of reality, Wang. Like the Insulindian Phasmid was even terrified of us closing our eyes, worrying that she might just cease to exist. Just keeps going. I'm also really glad I put all those points into, I already forgot what the name for it is. Inland Empire. I'm so glad I put all those points into Inland Empire, because goddamn, the payoff was fantastic. Yeah, the most important part, though, is the insect saying, I don't know how you get up every day, but the fact that you do is fantastic, and we're still rooting for you. Keeps going. The German team. The French team. The Russian team. Also, was letting Classia go the best idea? I don't know, but I'm still content with my choice. Especially after hearing what the deserter said about when he first saw her. I don't regret what I did. I'm more than arresting her. Shrike. Oh man, we're at the font licenses, hell yeah. New humans! Oh, the babies. And the dog. Special thanks to Chris Avalon, eh? Larian Studios, okay, those are some interesting choices. Yeah, you're just saying that because you got 2 kids, Kawoshi. What a good fucking game. Really, Kawoshi, huh? But yeah, so that game was incredibly fucking good. I absolutely loved it. Also, man, I'm gonna be honest, I probably never would have finished this if I didn't stream it. It's not an insult to it or anything, it's more an insult to my patience and my attention span. But yeah. That was Disco Elysium. What a game. Well, it's definitely not something I'm gonna forget. To say the least. Still can't believe a fucking giant bug is what got me worked up. Of all things. Yeah, no problem, Shrike. But, for the time being, it is absolutely astounding. You're right, Anahito. You're right. I don't know, Honora. I actually don't plan things that far ahead of time. I had an idea, but I forgot to write it down, so it left my head. Tomorrow, though, we're going to be doing probably more Baroque, unless I change my mind. Who knows? And then Thursday, obviously, is going to be more Alone in the Dark. It really was a happy ending for that moronic turn of events in every way possible. This honestly has never been more fitting. I don't hate myself enough, Honora. But yeah, so I hope y'all had fun. I know I definitely did. Oh man, the payoff for this was fantastic, and I absolutely love this game. Yep, I'll be doing Baroque tomorrow, Shrike. Yeah, so... If you enjoyed the stream, I'll appreciate if you did, but most importantly, I hope y'all have a good rest of your day. I, on the other hand, need to go just sit down and think for a while. See you later, folks.